Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Shivers Horror Stories. I know many of you enjoy these videos to help you fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd really appreciate it if you could leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're listening from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the video. Story 1. The Broken Watch. The day my grandfather passed away, a strange heaviness settled over our family. He had been a cornerstone in my life, my teacher, my confidant, my hero. When the call came that he slipped into the ethereal embrace of death, I felt as if a part of my soul had been unceremoniously unlatched and plunged into darkness. During his funeral, I clasped his old pocket watch, heavy and cold in my trembling hand. It had been in the family for generations, a symbol of time and continuity, immortalized in stories full of adventure and memories shared over countless dinners. But as I held on to it, I noticed a chilling detail. The hands were frozen at 11:58, a badge of the moment he slipped away. I tucked the watch into my coat pocket as I left the cemetery, convinced it would serve as a bittersweet talisman. But the truth was that it became a constant reminder of my loss, an anchor weighing me down. Thus, as grief often compels, I distanced myself from friends and family, retreating into the cocoon of my solitude. A fortress against the world, I couldn't bring myself to lighten the shadow of despair. Weeks passed, and the dimensions of my life shrank. The walls of my small apartment began to close in on me, the silence thick and consuming. I would sit for hours on my dreary sofa, staring out the window, feeling as though I were encased in glass. The low hum of the city outside continued as if indifferent to my misery, and I gradually stopped answering the phone, ignoring the messages piling up. Though I could hear the muted voices of concerned friends like distant echoes of another life. It was on a night drenched in dreary rain that I noticed something off. Rain dripped like mournful tears against my window, the world outside shrouded in darkness. As I sat amidst all that quiet, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A silhouette darted across my window, causing my heart to lurch. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, the melancholy of my grief creating mirages. Shaking my head, I turned back to the television, hoping for distraction. As I settled back on the sofa, I noticed the heaviness of the pocket watch again, almost as if it had become a part of me. A glance at it told me I had overstepped into the night. It was past 2 in the morning. I reached into my pocket and clasped the watch. It was still lifeless. Days turned into weeks, and the haunting movements outside my window continued, spiraling my anxiety nearer to the edge. Each night, I felt like an actor caught in a sinister play, the audience outside watching closely through the veil of darkness. Shadows flickered, and I would gaze nervously around my sparsely decorated apartment, expecting to find eyes watching me from the corners. I began to take to sleeping late into the day, hoping the solitude of night would pass without incident. But there was no escaping my neighbor. She was an elderly woman who lived 2 doors down in my aging apartment complex. Her presence was known, but I never paid much attention to her until the nights began to bleed into one another. There was something off. Her old-fashioned clothes clashed with the modernity of my surroundings, and she seemed to glide rather than walk, often appearing behind me without warning. I would find her standing in the shadow of the hallway, her gnarled fingers grasping at her long coat, as if warding off an unseen chill. One evening, just as the sounds of a stubborn rain returned, I decided to confront my ghostly neighbor. I walked down the dimly lit corridor, my mind racing with anxious thoughts. Perhaps it was time to step out from the solitary shadows and engage in a semblance of normal life. I knocked on her door, the dull thud echoing ominously in the otherwise muffled silence of the building. Her door creaked open, revealing her face, a myriad of wrinkles decorating her features, lighting up with a smile that sent prickles across my skin. She instantly invited me in, her words flowing like the wave of her unkempt hair. "You've been hiding away for too long, dear. Come, let's have some tea. I stepped inside, an oppressive mustiness enveloping me, like the scent of time itself. Her small living room was a mismatched collection of furniture, much like the various items sitting on her shelves, all relics of another era, and amidst them lay faded photographs of family, their eyes gazing blankly into the void that was once her life. As I sat across from her on a warped armchair, she produced an ornate teapot and poured 2 cups, the steam curling upwards delicately. "Your grandfather," she said suddenly, her voice hoarse and crackling, "was a good man." "Yeah, det var steams." The mention of him sent a fresh wave of sorrow through my chest, and the room felt suddenly suffocating. He taught me everything," I replied, forcing a smile. She didn't seem to notice. She spoke of him as if she'd known him well, her memories drifting like autumn leaves. "Time," she whispered cryptically. When she poured another cup, her fingers quivered, spilling drops over the tightly woven tablecloth. I could see the urgency in her eyes, something unspoken that turned the air electric. I had always known she watched me. She spoke as though she had access to my dreams, to the shadowy fears I had kept private. "Be careful of the watch, dear. Time has a way of holding on to the ones we lose." A chill darted through the room. Her words resonated, and it took all my strength to resist the instinct to bolt. I felt an unshakable connection coursing through the space, a taut string binding her to a deeper, darker secret that swirled in the shadows. Our conversation dwindled, the air between us becoming pregnant with tension. I made my excuses, nibbling at the unease swelling within me. Instead of retreating to my apartment, however, I headed to the communal laundry room, a mistake that churned the gut of the coil already spiraling inside me. As I placed my laundry in the machine, a creeping sensation stilled my breath. I turned slowly, fearing what awaited me. The shadows curled around the edges of the dim space, the laundry room eerily silent. Shadows wandering along the walls. Peering through the glass window into the neighboring apartments, I felt a shiver creep up my spine, sensing someone looking back. When my gaze finally landed on my own unit, the very sight made my blood run cold. I saw my own image, hollow and gaunt, caught in a halation of darkness, but it was the figure behind me that seized my breath. My neighbor, standing close to my window, pressing her face against the glass as if testing a delicate membrane. "Leave me alone?" I shouted, rushing back into the relative safety of my apartment. I slammed the door and leaned against it, trying to compose myself. My heart raced, echoing in my eardrums, drowning out the whispers creeping through my mind. And then it happened. The watch began to tick. The sound was a soft, rhythmic whisper, at first hardly perceptible over my brain's pulse, but it grew steadily louder, resonating through the very core of my being. I felt an unshakable compulsion to look down. The hour hand was once again dancing forward, and the minute hand followed as if obeying an enigmatic command. It was now ticking through time, as if my grandfather was somehow back, guiding me through a path I never intended to walk. The weight of the watch morphed from a burden into a weapon. I had no choice but to face whatever specter clawed at my peace. Maybe the ticking would bring me clarity. I returned to her door, my determination solidifying into resolve. Through the thin veneer of wood, I could hear the tick-tock resonating like a heartbeat, synchronized with my own. Unable to knock, I simply turned the handle, the door clicking open as if forewarned. The living room was dimly lit, enveloped in shadows. She stood before me, her back turned, and in her frail hands lay my grandfather's watch, now seemingly alive in its dance. Her voice rang out, echoing like clockwork. "Time always watches, dear. It can't be stopped. It can only be mirrored or passed." Her eyes transfixed themselves on mine, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. "I want to see him," I breathed, desperate for closure. "I want to understand." She nodded, tears quietly cascading down her cheeks like thin tributaries marking her weathered face. "Very well," she murmured. The watch pulsed irregularly between us, a bridge spanning realms. And as she ignited a candle nearby, the flame flickered with anticipation. As I stepped into her embrace, I was swept away, both of us suspended in that meeting of time and shadows. The walls around us creaked, and for a brief moment, I was thrust into the ghostly tempest of memory. My grandfather standing before me, warm and real, and yet, I knew, yet another layer obfuscating the truth remained. But through that cacophony of fear, the ticking of that watch carved a singular understanding. Time, for all its whispers, has its watchers, and the keening of solitude often spins us deeper into a web of haunted reflection. By dawn, I would rise anew, but not alone. Whether my neighbor held the secrets of grief, or merely a trick of the mind, I would find out soon enough. The watch in my hand murmured its intentions as the sun broke through the flaking horizon. The strange resonance now a part of my very being. A reminder that time, while a thief, can often be a guide for those brave enough to embrace its unfathomable heaviness. Story 2. The text messages. It began as a strange itch at the back of my mind. An unsettling feeling that something was out of place. The first message arrived just after I left the small cafe on Elm Street, the one I frequented for its hazelnut lattes. It was innocuous at first. "You looked lost in thought today, surrounded by all those people." My heart raced. There was no way anyone I knew could have seen me. I was seated at the far corner, head buried in my phone. I dismissed it as a prank. Perhaps it was just an errant text meant for someone else. Yet, over the next few days, the messages intensified. "I noticed you took the long route home yesterday. I wouldn't have thought you'd be the type to avoid the subway." I didn't mention my worry to anyone. The subtle creeping paranoia felt unshareable, almost shameful. I just chalked it up to some form of remote surveillance, maybe Facebook ads targeting my insecurities. But my unease morphed into dread when I received a text, observing something familiar, yet shocking. "You should have closed your window before leaving for work. The storm last night was fierce." It was no coincidence. I had left my bedroom window cracked just a few inches, but I had no social media posts, nor group messages discussing my plans that day. I shot a glance out the window, recalling the way the rain had pelted the pavement like frantic fingers, and the shivers snaked down my spine. Turning off my phone beckoned me, but instead, I felt compelled to keep it close. An enigmatic tether binding me to this new reality. Over the following week, I began documenting the oddly prescient messages in a notebook. My friendly murmurs with coworkers faded, and any casual gathering with friends turned sour with an oppressive atmosphere. Each time my phone buzzed, my heart seized, dread wrapping around me tighter with every email alert and message notification. The unknown sender dissected my life with surgical precision, each word etching deeper grooves of fear in my consciousness. They seemed to know my routines, my habits, even my vulnerabilities. Before long, I was contemplating my existence as a virtual entity, scrutinized by a hidden eye. My privacy peeled thin like the skin of an onion. Who had the ability to inflict this kind of psychological torment on me? The messages blurred the line between eerie and threatening, leaving me feeling trapped and exposed. "Nice dress today. You should wear it more often." This message reached me on a mundane Tuesday morning while I was absent-mindedly waiting for the train. I had chosen that dress on a whim, and no one except my friend Mia had seen it. I dismissed Mia as a possibility too. Spiteful as it seemed, she would never send me such an unsettling text. She would tease me openly instead. The thought of confronting my entire group felt overwhelming, a boulder lodged in my throat. Was it possible one of them was behind this? Or was it someone steeped deeper in the shadows? I still hadn't responded to the anonymous communicator. Maybe I was waiting for them to slip, for a crack to appear in their facade that would betray their identity. But then came the catalyst. I watched as you stood at the bus stop, contemplating whether to wait for the bus or call a cab. You should have trusted your instinct. It was too profound this time, too immersive. A shiver coursed through me, stinging with fear like ice-cold rain. I'd almost called a cab, but in the end, I followed the rational instincts of waiting it out. The weight of this knowledge hung over me like a thunderstorm, forcing me to question my own decisions. Whomever this was, they had cornered me into a harrowing game that I couldn't escape. And now, it was no longer a question of who, but rather how and why. With a deep breath, I strategized my next steps. Tomorrow I'd approach Mia. We shared a deep bond, fortified over years in the trenches of our chaotic lives. If anyone could relate to my dread, surely it would be her. Under the warm, glowing lights of our favorite bar that evening, I spilled my heart. I've been getting these texts, and they're unnerving. Whoever it is knows my life too well. I pleaded with her wide eyes, hoping she would provide some kind of solace, the reasons behind this harassment. Mia studied me closely, concern wrinkling her forehead. Have you considered it could mean something more serious? You should go to the police. I refuted the suggestion. It felt absurd to present this as a stalking case. How could I lay out my paranoia as evidence without sounding delusional? We spent hours drinking and discussing life, but Mia's words clung to my mind. Calling fears had become harbingers of anxiety that rippled through my mind, every clangor echoing relentlessly. What if the sender drew closer with every message? If I was already trapped, and I didn't know it yet. That night, another message arrived, sending my heart into a frenzied race. Are you going to sleep with your phone under your pillow again? Isn't that a little childish? I bolted upright, eyes fixed on my phone. Did I mention that to anyone? Had a post slipped through my mind? Was the sender truly in the shadows, somewhere near? Anxiety caught up to me, blending seamlessly with exhaustion, until I found myself drifting into sleep, heartbeats echoing in my ears. The next day, I resolved to track the messages. I swapped my phone number and deactivated my social media accounts, taking a deep breath and dousing myself in a hopeful concoction of adrenaline and courage. I jumped on the local subway, determined to change my route, my behavior, maybe even me. And just for a moment, I felt a flicker of control over this phantom menace. But within moments, the familiar buzz reverberated through my pocket like an electric jolt. Hiding, are we? That won't change anything. The walls of the subway car seemed to close in. Whispers crept under my skin. I stared at the reflection in the window, knowing that whoever this was, they were watching somewhere, perhaps a seat away, reveling in my spiraling chaos. Days turned into an endless loop, the messages accelerating with fervor. I was losing touch with reality, isolation clawing my mind. And still, I hadn't found the source, until a familiar message sent my world crumbling. You're playing a dangerous game, and that makes me very, very excited. I knew then that confronting my friends was less about finding the culprit, and more about confronting the very fabric of my reality. As I rushed into my apartment that evening, leaving the chaos of work behind, my phone buzzed one last time. Look behind you. Heart in my throat, I whipped around. Nothing. Only shadows dancing along the walls. I felt the invisible grip tighten around my chest, as anxiety clouded comfortable exchanges. In that moment, I grasped my truth. And that's when I realized I had never been in control, that the nightmare had only begun. The messages persisted, creeping deeper into my reality, twisted and grotesque. But the final message was the one I would never forget. Are you ready for your own story to unfold? You've made it easy for me. I had thought I knew my friends, thought I was safe in the kaleidoscope of identity. But the threat was much closer than I had ever imagined. Story 3. The basement room. The sound of rain drummed persistently against the roof of the house. A cold, unsettling symphony that echoed the unease crystallizing in my gut. It was a typical night in the old family home. A creaky structure that had seen better days, but held an unyielding grip on my family. The flickering light from the kitchen illuminated the dust motes hanging like faded memories in the stale air. I shivered against the wind that whistled through the cracked windows, a sharp reminder that the house had many secrets, including one door I had avoided for years. It was a door that didn't belong, as if it had been shoved into the thin walls of our dingy basement out of sheer embarrassment. The paint was peeling, a web of cracks spidering across the surface. Growing up, I called it the door of not quite right. It had been there forever, a dark silhouette pressing against the wall, begging to be discovered. But our family had always warned me against venturing too close, shrouded in whispers and side glances. A bizarre mix of intrigue and fear that had coiled itself around my youthful curiosity. "Leave it be, Jess," my mother had said, her voice trembling, each syllable laced with a nightmarish gravity. My father would nod solemnly, his gaze lingering on the door longer than necessary. Years had passed, and their warnings faded, swallowed by the cadence of life. Yet that door remained a fixture of dread, until tonight. A storm had brewed for hours, dark clouds rolling overhead as booming thunder shattered the stillness. With my parents away, the house felt more like a tomb than it ever had. My only company tonight was the howling wind and the relentless tapping of rain against my window. It was then that the urge became unbearable, the pull to confront the unknown. Donning a threadbare cardigan for warmth, I descended the rickety staircase that creaked underfoot. The basement was dank and heavy with the scent of mold, and the air grew colder the closer I approached the door. I stopped, staring at it, wondering what lay beyond the splintered wood. Was it just forgotten crates of old clothes? A collection of discarded toys from bygone years? Or something sinister that had been entrusted to the shadows? With reckless courage ignited by fierce curiosity, I reached for the doorknob. It turned with a reluctant groan, like a long-dormant hinge reluctant to take on its responsibility. I hesitated for just a heartbeat before pushing the door open. The room beyond had been plunged into darkness, but the faintest silver light from a broken lamp revealed a dust-covered, small room, alive with secrets. My breath hitched in my throat. The walls were lined with shelves overflowing with photographs, bound in bundles of discolored string. I stepped inside, curiosity morphing into an uneasy tension that sunk deep into my bones. As I pulled one bundle free, my fingertips brushed against the brittle edges. The first photograph was striking. My father, younger and more vibrant than I had ever seen him, smiling widely alongside a woman I did not recognize. Her laughter appeared frozen in time, locked within the frame. Who was she? My heart beat a frantic rhythm, each photo seemingly another puzzle piece in a life I never knew existed. With trembling hands, I hastily flipped through a stack. Every picture brought forth more questions than answers. Images of family gatherings I had never been part of. Cherished moments shared with people with whom I had no connection. I stumbled across photographs of birthdays I had never celebrated. My father surrounded by unrecognizable friends, their faces filled with warmth, distant, yet inexplicably familiar. Then, as I delved deeper, the photographs turned darker, shading the atmosphere as my stomach knotted. There were pictures of rituals, ghastly scenes bathed in flickering candlelight, where shadowy figures gathered around a table. The expressions on their faces sent a chill racing down my spine. Maniacal glee mixed with something darker, something wicked lurking beneath their smiles. Each image felt alive, pulsing with a sinister energy that hummed as I continued to flip through them. Suddenly, something caught my eye. A photograph torn at the edges, stained with smudges that appeared to be more than the mere hand of time. The image depicted a small wooden box resting ominously in the center of a veiled gathering. I leaned closer, heart racing, a sense of terror igniting within me as I recognized the box. It was identical to one I had stumbled upon in our attic when I was younger, filled with dust and dread. I had dared not open it then. Flipping the photo over, I nearly gasped at the scrawled inscription. The offering must appease the darkness. Without sacrifice, all will return to claim their own. My mind reeled as a sense of impending doom washed over me. Comprehension unspooling like a tight coil, unraveling into chaos. I fumbled for more photographs, clamoring to piece together my family's twisted history. A frame crystallizing their monstrous ties began to emerge. The gatherings seemed to occur in cycles, every few years, culminating, as the dates progressed, into a chaotic ritual that edged closer and closer to the present day. My heart raced, terror clawing at my throat when I noticed the most recent photo, dated precisely 1 year ago. It was a picture of our family, all being ushered into the eerie flickering candlelight, faces illuminated in an ethereal glow. My heart twisted painfully as I finally saw the truth. The uncanny happiness, joy bubbling in an unsuspecting facade. My mother, my father, my brother and sister, they were part of something ancient, dark, a malignancy buried beneath an illusion of normalcy for far too long. Suddenly, the storm outside grew fiercer. Lightning illuminated the room, casting twisted shadows against the walls. A crash of thunder reverberated through the basement, and with it, an unsettling noise fractured the air. Like a low growl rumbling from the depths of the house, the distinct thud of footsteps echoed from above. Panic flared within me, a lung-crushing fear, as I stumbled backward, staring wide-eyed at the door. How had it gone unnoticed all this time? Was it possible they were aware of my intrusion? Was the time finally right to unveil the truth they had tried so hard to keep buried? Heart pounding, I turned to leave, clutching the photographs tightly to my chest, but the door slammed shut with a deafening crack, the sound almost mocking. Adrenaline flooded my veins, and I frantically pulled at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Caught in a web of dread, I spun back around as the shadows congealed along the walls, stretching and folding into grotesque shapes. A low whisper coiled around me, the air thickening with the acrid scent of decay. It echoed with familiar voices, my family, but twisted through the veil of madness that had taken control of this space. "Join us, Jess," they beckoned, their distorted laughter resonating in the air, suffocating my every thought. "We've been waiting for you." In that cold abyss, realization hit me with brutal force. I had stumbled onto the gateway of my family's legacy, and as I fought against the door, uncertainty loomed heavier than ever. I was trapped in the basement room, where the venomous roots of their secrets threatened to ensnare me. a secret steeped in darkness, one that might swallow me whole, dragging me down into the depths of their curse. And I wasn't sure I would ever climb back up again. Story 4. The Last Goodbye. The autumn leaves rustled ominously beneath my feet as I made my way to Sarah's house. The world felt dulled, wrapped in a shroud of gray and gloom. It had been a month since she left us, a month since the phone call that ripped through my life like a jagged knife. The despondent reality settled over me like a heavy fog, thick and engulfing. Sarah, my best friend since childhood, was gone. All that remained was a frail, trembling creature with big brown eyes, a golden retriever named Max, whose mournful gaze mirrored my own fury and grief. As I turned the key and pushed the door open, a long creak echoed through the empty house. Dust particles floated lazily in the muted light that filtered through the grimy windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I called out to Max, but rather than bounding into the room with energy, the dog slinked from the shadows, his tail tucked between his legs. My heart ached for him. Together, we were both navigating the uncertain waters of loss. I settled into my old routine of caring for him. I cooked, I walked, and I tried to keep things somewhat normal. But each passing day deepened the weight of my sorrow, and each silence in this house felt like a reminder that Sarah was no longer here. It was during one of those quiet afternoons, while I pulled out her old bowls and buried my face in her too familiar scent, that I noticed something unusual. A small notebook lay wedged between two boards beneath the couch. A journal I didn't remember seeing before. I picked it up, dusting it off with trembling fingers. A wave of unease coursed through me as I leafed through the fragile pages. The journal was unmarked, its cover stained and worn. But the pages, filled to the brim with Sarah's looping handwriting, exuded familiarity, sparking an intoxicating mix of nostalgia and dread. As I read, I was drawn into a world that felt increasingly alien, yet eerily familiar. It started innocently enough, with fleeting thoughts about her day-to-day life, her fondness for vintage clothes, and her undying love for Max. But as the words unfolded, the tone shifted, spiraling into darker territories that I had never known existed in her mind. October 5th. I can hear them whispering again. I've tried to ignore them, but it's getting harder. They come to me in the night, pulling at the edges of my sanity, and I can feel them growing more persistent. What do they want from me? I paused, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. What was she talking about? As I turned to the next page, the entries grew increasingly chaotic. Fragments of her thoughts morphed into long tangents filled with despair, confusion, and darkness. She wrote of shadows lurking in the corners of her room, of voices calling her name, luring her into the depths of the night. October 15th. They came again last night, soft and sweet. They promised me eternal solace if I listened. I can't sleep. I can't think. What if they're right? What if everything I thought I knew was a lie? An unsettling feeling began to knot in my stomach. This was a girl I had known for 2 decades. A girl who championed happiness, love, and hope. How could I have missed these signs? I flipped through more pages, desperation creeping in as I searched for answers. October 25th. I saw their faces today. Hollow eyes and twisted smiles. I begged them to leave me alone, but they just laughed. I wish I could make them understand that life is not a game. And yet, I ponder, what if they are the key to everything? What if my release lies just beyond my reach? The desperation in her words clawed at me. A visceral thing, it felt as though it had sunk its talons into my chest. I needed to know more, and I wasn't sure if I was ready for the truth. As I read on, Fragments of previous conversations, glances we exchanged, and laughter we shared replayed in my mind, tainted now by a newfound dread. November 1st, I felt the weight of it today. The fog is thick, and smells of decay. I wanted to scream, but nothing came. Max sensed it too. He won't leave my side. He understands. Maybe he knows something I don't. A shiver coursed through me as I glanced up at Max, who lay at my feet, his eyes fixed on me, unwavering. I couldn't help but wonder, had he seen what I had missed? Was he somehow aware of the darkness that plagued his owner? I gulped down a rising swell of anxiety, forcing myself to focus on the journal once more. November 3rd. I found the drawings today. They're not mine, but they're beautiful. Ghostly figures whispering secrets. They promised they would help. I can see the others, the ones who have left this world behind. They're waiting for me, and soon I will join them. The ink bled, smudged by Sarah's trembling hand. But I understood. This was no ordinary happenstance. What had begun as an innocuous promise to take care of her dog had transformed into an unraveling tapestry of despair and torment. I felt the walls closing in, the air thickening around me. Suffocating and unbearable, the phone rang, jolting me out of my spiraling thoughts. My heart raced as I grasped the device, praying for a voice that could bring me solace. But it was just a number I didn't recognize. Hesitating, I answered, "Hello?" My voice was shaky. "Did you find it?" The voice on the other end was a guttural whisper that sent chills rippling up my spine. Who is this?" I stammered. "Sarah, you must listen. Don't trust the whispers. They're coming for you too. They never leave. Find the drawings, you'll understand." And then the line went dead, the disconnect echoing in my ears like a death knell. My hand trembled as I hung up, and I nearly dropped the journal. But before fear could have its victory, I dove deeper into the journal, desperate to extract every possible clue before the entities she described swallowed my sanity whole. November 5th. They're here, in the walls, in the shadows. They're always watching. Max sees them. He growls at nothingness, and I can't help but shake. There's a drawing hidden in my closet. You'll know it when you see it. You must find me. I felt the world tilt on its axis. Find her? She was gone. There was no finding her. But if the shadows were real, if they were coming for me, wouldn't it be better to understand what I was up against? I raced to her closet, heart pounding as I ripped through the clothing that hung lifelessly on the hangers. My hands shook violently when I spotted a sheet of paper tucked behind a pair of old jeans. I pulled it out, my breath catching in my throat. The drawing was exquisite yet horrifying, a twisted vision of people whose faces were contorted, mouths stretched into what could only be described as grotesque smiles. Dark shadows loomed over them, as though reaching, clawing for their souls. I stumbled back, the image searing into my memory. In that moment, my mouth went dry, and the room grew cold. Max had begun barking, a near-frantic sound that snapped me from my trance. I looked back at him, and I could swear the laughter echoed softly from the walls. A mocking, conspiratorial whisper, promising that I too would join Sarah. The fog enveloped me, whispering secrets that festered in the corners of my mind. Everything she had written, everything I had ignored, crashed into me so forcefully that I began to doubt my own reality. With Max at my side, I staggered back, fighting the unyielding force pulling at my will. In the gray silence of twilight, I could almost hear Sarah's laughter, a soundless echo, blending with the whispered promises of the shadowy figures. As fear gripped my heart, I knew then that I had to make a choice. I could either succumb to the whispers, plunge into the abyss of oblivion that had taken my best friend, or fight against it, seeking the light in the darkness. I locked eyes with Max, and somehow we were in this together. But even as I resolved to find the truth for both of us, the shadows coiled tighter around me. The clock in Sarah's living room struck midnight, and with it, the shadows deepened. The whispers intensified, thrumming like an unsettling lullaby in the back of my mind. Each word felt like a knife, etching away at my sanity. The only certainty remained. No matter the horrors left behind in Sarah's wake, I was not going down without a fight. And with that, I took a shaky breath, gripping the journal tighter, ready to unravel the secrets she left behind. But as I pushed my way out of the darkness, I suddenly felt Max's fur bristle. He locked his gaze on the door, tail raised and growling. Time seemed to stretch and warp as I clenched my fists, battling the storm within. There were ghosts lurking here, old and new, indifferent to the living. And tonight, they would have no claim over me. Story 5. The Waiting Stranger. The streetlights flickered to life as dusk settled over the city, their warm glow casting shadows that danced like specters along the cracked pavement. It was a routine autumn evening, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. I always relished the solitude of my walk home from work, the rhythmic crunch of leaves underfoot comforting against the chaos of the office. But I didn't relish the presence of the man at the bus stop. For weeks, I had noticed him, always shrouded in a heavy gray coat that seemed 2 sizes too large, the collar pulled up to obscure half his face. I could never see his eyes, only the outline of a narrow mouth set in a grim line. He was there, every night, rain or shine, just waiting at that flickering bus stop sign, his expression unreadable. Most nights, he seemed to melt into the shadows, but sometimes, when I passed him, I felt an unsettling gaze follow me. I quickened my pace, wishing to escape his looming presence. Yet each time I glanced back, he was still there. Tonight, however, was different. After weeks of avoiding him, a strange compulsion gripped me. Maybe it was the chill in the air that made me feel braver, or possibly the yearning for connection against the aching loneliness of city life. Whatever the reason, I decided to confront the stranger. As I approached, I could see him more clearly under the diffused light of the nearby street lamp. His skin was pale, almost ghostly, and the dark, tangled hair that peeked from beneath his cap added to his aura of enigma. He stood entirely still, hands deep in pockets, the wind tugging at the hem of his coat like it wanted to pull him into the shadows. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice wavering slightly like the light above us. He turned his head slowly, and for a moment, I thought I'd see nothing but shadow. But then, in that wavering glow, his face became visible. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly, as if he hadn't spoken in years. "I have seen you here before," I stammered, my heart racing. "You wait at this bus stop every night. Why don't you take a bus?" He chuckled softly, a sound that sent chills cascading down my spine. "Oh, I've never needed a bus. Why not? There is something I must do here." That sentence sent my heart racing. His eyes, dark as the void, locked on mine, and suddenly, the air around us felt dense, oppressive, and instinctual dread surged within me, clawing at my throat as if warning me to turn and run. "What is it?" I whispered, feeling foolish for engaging him even as a hint of curiosity tugged at my resolve. A shadow flickered behind him, as if something else lingered in the dark, unseen and unsettling. "I've been waiting for you, you know," he said, his smile unfurling slowly, revealing teeth that seemed too white against the pallor of his skin, waiting for me. My pulse thudded in my ears. I took a half step back, desperate to put distance between us. Yes, he continued, the connection between us palpable and suffocating. I have a message for you. I was given it long ago, but the time is now. Message? I echoed, bewildered by the sensation of having stepped onto a precipice. One foot balanced in the realm of the rational, and the other in something otherworldly and dark. Your future is entwined. You see, the next time the moon rises full, you will meet your fate. He said, speaking with a measured, eerie calmness that transformed each word into a portent of doom. It may come in a way you least expect. You will know it when you feel the whispers of the dead. Ah, fate? Whispers? My thoughts raced, my heart pounding painfully against my chest. What are you talking about? He took a single step forward, and I recoiled, feeling a prickling fear skitter up my spine. There are forces at play that you cannot fathom. Beneath the surface of life lies a dark string that connects us all. You must be wary of those drawn to you. Not all spirits linger by choice. I blinked, trying to parse the murky depths of his cryptic warning. Spirits? Are you saying I will die? No, not necessarily death, he murmured, his voice low and conspiratorial. But the intersection of two worlds will occur. The veil will thin. You might draw something nearer than you intended. You must decide, do you wish to recognize the signs, or do you wish to remain in blissful ignorance? The weight of his words pressed down like a heavy shroud. And suddenly, the world felt off-kilter. The distant sounds of traffic faded, replaced by a foreboding silence that hung thick around us. The shadows shrank and twisted, leaning closer, as if they too were listening intently. Who are you? I demanded, forcing my voice to remain steady despite the creeping cold that shattered my resolve. The messenger, he whispered, raising a gloved hand, fingers elongated unnaturally, as if to signify both danger and warning. I have borne witness to countless searches for meaning, and I am here to ensure you do not lose your way as others have. Just remember, nothing waits for us without a cost. Fate has its price. Suddenly, a wind howled through the street, rattling the sign above our heads and sending leaves spiraling into the air. Ah! My heart raced as the chill deepened, reverberating through my bones. I took a step back, fear flooding me, twisting tightly in my chest. Didn't ask for this, but it doesn't matter what you want, he said simply. It is already set in motion. I merely shine a light on your path. Before I could respond, the lights blazed out, all at once snuffed like forgotten thoughts. Darkness enveloped me. Panic gnawed at my insides, and I stumbled back, blindly, desperate to escape the suffocating silence, the monolithic shadow that was him. But before I could take a single step, a cold hand wrapped around my wrist, and I screamed, a sound swallowed whole by the night. The world around me trembled, and suddenly the shadows reached out, writhing closer, eager tendrils grasping at my mind. I was not merely standing at a bus stop. No, I was teetering at the intersection of reality and something far more sinister. Remember, the stranger whispered, his breath ghostly against my skin. The signs around you. Don't ignore them. Not all choices are within your control. Then he was gone, like smoke dissipating into the air, leaving me clutching at nothingness, trembling. I stumbled back toward my apartment, the colorful lights of the city feeling achingly surreal, chilling me with a nagging sense of dread. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, haunted by dreams filled with fog and fading whispers, shadows drifting closer until they pressed against my skin, urging me to listen. "You must prepare," they murmured. "You will be tested." Days turned into nights, and a full moon loomed on the horizon, a menacing reminder of the stranger's words etched in the back of my mind. I watched the world, increasingly paranoid, as the whispers became louder. Echoes of the familiar growing, more potent. Faces twisted into grim visages, their mouths forming words I could not decipher. But I could feel the weight of their longing, a desperate cry for recognition. Yet, in the heart of darkness, I understood. Voices from the past were not just burdens. They were an invitation to remember. We connect, but at what cost? As I stood gazing at the full moon that night, dread and determination entwined in my heart. I knew I would seek out the old man once more. In the hazy unpredictability of fate, I would confront my future. But this time, I would be ready. Story 6. The Family Reunion. There's a certain nostalgia that clings to familial ties like cobwebs in an old attic. Fragile strands of memories that gloss over the sharp edges of past acquaintances. As I drove down the familiar winding road leading to my hometown of Silver Hollow, I was flooded with bittersweet memories. The gnarled oak trees lining the street looked the same, and the quaint houses appeared untouched by time, their paint peeling like old skin. As I pulled into my childhood driveway, my heart felt a mingled warmth and weight reminiscent of a hug from a distant relative. Welcome yet unsettling. The family reunion had been planned for months. A meager potluck at my aunt's house, where laughter would blend with the sense of homemade lasagna and apple pie. Yet my mind skipped over the joys of reunions. It fixated on one name, Carter. My brother. The name twisted in my gut like a thorn. He hadn't attended family gatherings in more than 5 years, ever since our mother passed, and he spiraled into a world of bitterness and darkness. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long, crooked shadows as I stepped into the gathering. Laughter bubbled from the backyard, where the scent of grilled sausages wafted through the air. I greeted familiar faces, exchanging forced but warm smiles, but my mind was fixed on Carter. His sudden silence after Mom's funeral had been jarring, like a malevolent whisper creeping beneath the surface of us all. I had probably seen him last at the funeral when he had stood apart, eyes vacant, as if mourning a ghost instead of our mother. Then I saw him. He approached from the rear of the house, and the laughter around me dulled as I felt an icy grip on my heart. He looked different. The Carter I remembered was tall and broad-shouldered. This man before me was leaner, his clothes hanging loosely. But it was his face that had changed the most. He wore a plastic smile that didn't reach his eyes. Those sunken, dark eyes seemed to swallow the sunlight. His skin a sickly hue that was too pale for a summer's day. I could barely recognize him, but something primal in me clawed back memories of doling out Christmas gifts and wrestling in the living room. "Hello, brother," he said, his voice dripping with a syrupy, diabolical sweetness. "It's been a while." "Yeah, it has," I replied, my throat suddenly dry. Silence stretched between us, coiling like a serpent poised to strike. Just beyond us, the sounds of family chatter and distant laughter felt hollow, like echoes from a forgotten time. "Don't you look good," he said, scanning me with an unsettling intensity. My skin prickled at his gaze. "Thanks," I replied, forcing a smile that felt as fake as his. "How you been?" He paused, a shadow flitting across his face. "Better," he said. "In a way, I've never felt more alive." I glanced at the other family members, their faces blissfully ignorant of the tension brewing between us. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was standing on the edge of a precipice, the ground crumbling beneath my weight. As the evening wore on, old stories between relatives echoed through the backyard, like haunting refrains. Carter began drifting through the crowd, reintroducing himself with a charm that felt strangely off, like a skilled actor flawlessly delivering lines while forgetting that his character was not the hero, but rather a harbinger of something sinister. I watched him from a distance, trying to ignore the nagging feeling that I hadn't just lost a brother. I had lost what little shred of sanity he had left. Eventually, as twilight crept in, families began to gather around the fire pit. Marshmallows toasted slowly on the embers, and faces glowed orange, laughing as they shared ghost stories, oblivious to the chilling presence that lingered nearby. We settled into a comfortable routine, but Carter's eyes bore into mine every so often. A watchful predator analyzing its prey. "Isn't it about time we shared some of our own stories?" he proposed at one point, breaking into the group's chatter like a knife through silk. The laughter faded, curiosity settling over us like heavy fog. "Like what?" my aunt asked, her brow furrowed. "Family stories." He smiled again, lighting up the darkness. "I think it's time for us to share some family secrets." The way he said it, dripping with insinuation, sent a ripple of unease across the group. "What secrets?" someone asked, their tone wary. Carter leaned closer, his voice dipping to a whisper meant for a select audience. The kind that leave hauntings in their wake. The kind that go uncovered until it's too late. "Cut it out, Carter." Snapped, my heart hammering in my chest. This was not the time or place. "Oh, come on now," he said, his demeanor shifting to feigned innocence. "You all wanted to know why I've been away, why I distanced myself." He leaned back, grin stitched to his face. "It's because blood runs thicker than water, and you can't unearth what lies beneath the surface without ruffling a few feathers." A tense silence enveloped us. The warmth of the fire contrasted sharply against the chill creeping down my spine. I shot him a warning glare, but he only gave a mocking chuckle, delighting in the discomfort of it all. I excused myself, shaking off the unease like a chill that wouldn't leave my bones, opting to roam the depths of my childhood memories, now tainted by dread. I wandered toward the old swing set, rust creeping through the chains, the moonlight casting a silvery glow over the rusted remnants of innocent play. Behind me, the muffled laughter of my relatives faded into the background, replaced by the oppressive silence of the night. The familiar sound of creaking metal brought back memories of late-night conversations with Carter. Whispers in the dark that now felt like echoes from a grave. "Remember when we found that old book in the attic?" A voice broke the silence, thick with familiarity. I spun around to see Carter emerging from the shadows. "You were always so scared," he taunted softly, gaze locked onto mine. "Remember how you ran out screaming, only for me to find you, digging your nails into the earth?" "You wanted to find something," I stated, my voice trembling slightly, anger racing within me. "You weren't afraid to dig deep." "Exactly," he smirked, stepping closer, the night air thickening. "And now I've found something worth digging for." I took a step back instinctively. "What do you mean?" Carter slowly revealed a thin metallic pendant from beneath his shirt, glistening ominously in the moonlight. It was a family heirloom, one that had gone missing years before, rumored to be cursed. "You didn't really think we could run from it, did you?" he asked. And in that moment, I saw not just my brother, but something far more ancient, twisted. "It calls for us, the darkness. Oh, craves our blood, our secrets." He advanced, the air thick with electric tension. "Will you help me unlock it? Together, we can harness what lies buried. We could become legends." "Carter!" I shouted, stepping further back, heart racing frantically. "Whatever this is, you need to let it go. This isn't you." His laughter rang out, dissonant, an echo that spiraled through the night. "This is me. And the real question is, do you really want to know what's been hidden?" The family secrets. Before he could finish, a sharp scream cut through the air, fracturing the night. It was muffled, yet visceral, seeping dread through the air like poison. Carr's gaze snapped to mine, excited and wild, his mouth stretching into a grimace. "Let the reunion begin," he said. And in that moment, I realized with a gut-wrenching terror that whatever family secret was buried was clawing its way to the surface, gnashing its teeth. And my brother, this carnal simulacrum of him? The darkness yawned before me, filled with the chilling laughter of lost children, and I knew that the night was just beginning. I turned on my heel, racing to the sound of the screams, the warmth of my family quickly dissipating as I realized that some secrets are indeed buried for a reason. And perhaps some family reunions were best left undisturbed. Story 7. Emily Thompson was a vibrant spirit, a mosaic of laughter and kindness, dipped in a shadow of playful mischief. That's how I always remembered my older sister, full of life, a perpetual optimist, even in the face of adversity. But all that changed on that fateful autumn day 3 months ago, when a reckless driver shattered our world and took her from us. The morning of the accident felt like a knife plunged into my gut. The grief scattered through our family like shards of broken glass, each piece sharper than the last. I tried to find solace in shared memories, reminiscing over old photographs, browsing through her Instagram. That's where I began to feel the weight of absence the most. Scrolling through her images now was like staring into a void, a twilight zone, where joy and sorrow coalesced into a haunting echo of what was once my reality. Friends reached out, parents worried, therapy sessions pushed on, but nothing could ease the tightrope pain I felt every day. Then came the request. It arrived as a pop-up notification late one night while I scrolled carelessly through social media, too exhausted to think straight. Emily Thompson, it said, with the same profile picture she'd used before. One of those candid captures taken at a picnic last summer, her laughter spilling through the pixels. My heart ratcheted up an octave. Surely someone was playing a sick joke. After all, there was no way my sister could be sending me a friend request from beyond the grave. For about an hour, I wrestled with it. Should I ignore it? I finally clicked accept, half expecting a message from a friend's account saying, "Gotcha." But the message that followed felt all too real. "Hey there, miss you so much. Can we talk?" The familiarity of the words settled like a warm breeze over my cold, dormant heart. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as waves of nostalgia washed over me. I hesitated, then replied, "I miss you too. How is it possible that I'm hearing from you?" The dots danced in the chat window for what felt like a lifetime, and then the response popped up like a shadow creeping forward. "It's a long story. I wish I could tell you everything that's happened." As I read those words, a chill erupted from the nape of my neck and raced down my spine. The way she typed felt eerily familiar, the lilt of sentences tinged just right to beckon a ghost. I fought a rising tide of unease but pressed on. Something felt off, but I needed this connection, no matter how frail. Over the next few days, we exchanged messages, innocuous at first, filled with reminiscences of shared childhood toys, inside jokes, and dreams. Like unwritten pages, it felt as though I'd walked into a time capsule where the grief couldn't reach us. I casually begged her to tell me how she'd come back, how everything felt so wonderfully normal, but she sidestepped my questions like the slider of a locked door. "I'm closer than you think," she replied cryptically one evening. "Let's keep it between us for now. I want to help you." The vertigo of disquiet surged through me, but I dismissed it. I was clinging to a thread of hope, I reasoned. Then one night, everything pinned me against my bed with a horrifying realization. Can you send me a picture? Something that proves it's really you. I had typed nervously, as if sensing my doubt. She responded almost immediately.
Sure, but warn you, this wouldn't be what you expect, followed by a glowing smiley emoji.
A minute later, my phone dinged. I opened the photograph, and my heart plummeted. The image displayed her, yet something was drastically wrong. Her eyes looked almost vacant, exaggeratedly wide. Shadows swirled around her like a curtain of malevolent fog that clawed at the edges of the frame and blended into a backdrop of disturbing shapes. Yet, there was more. Her lips curved in a grin that besieged every ounce of fear within me, darkening the memory I had of her laughing face. How? Why are you in a place like that? I could barely type through gritted teeth. I felt sick. Because that's where I am. I want you to come find me. The firmness of her words reverberated off the walls of my mind. My heart pounded like a trapped bird. Find you? I don't understand. Remember how we played hide and seek when we were kids? She replied. You were always the best at finding me. Just think outside the box. Each reply twisted in a way that sent a shudder down my spine. My heart raced, but curiosity compelled me forward as I sought to unearth the secrets buried beneath the thin layer of sociability. Why do you seem different? I managed to ask. Because I found a deeper awareness. I didn't even know what that meant, but I felt a gravitational pull toward her words, awakening something buried deep within. A darker memory of her that I had hidden away. The next morning, I awoke to a disturbing sight. I hardly recognized my reflection in the mirror. My once calm features were marred by fear, dark circles under my eyes, lines etched on my forehead. I feared sleep might invite more haunting messages. I had to know what this account meant, and more than anything, what that picture had captured. I turned to research online, searching for any information on paranormal phenomena. Embedded within social media, hours turned into a blur, and as evening descended, I stumbled upon a thread of incidents, accounts of people being contacted by deceased loved ones through social media. Each story had a sinister undertone, revealing an unsettling connection between the messages and those without rest. They would come back, whispering promises of connection, leading their closest relatives into darkness. Panic surged through me, my pulse echoing in my ears. What if my sister wasn't who she seemed? An entity assuming her identity, muddling my mind with baited memories, plucking at my heartstrings so I'd willingly walk into the depths of despair. I opened the chat, my hands shaking violently as I typed. I don't want to speak to you anymore. You aren't Emily. You can't be. The response came with an unsettling speed. What if I am? What if this is what freedom looks like? I felt the room around me darkening as though something tangible shifted within the air. Frantic, I logged out, shutting my phone with a clatter that echoed in the silence of my empty apartment. I would even breathe. I couldn't think. As I glanced out the window, moths circled the streetlight, drawn in by its ethereal glow, just like I had been drawn in by her specter. Suddenly, a cold shower erupted down my spine. I was no longer watching the shadows prowl beneath that lamplight. I was prey. Every creak of the house felt amplified, pouring into my head, sound leading to sound. A cacophony of dread, threatening to overwhelm me. Grabbing my keys, the only talisman I had left, that tethered me to reality. He took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped into the night. I was consumed in shadows, each streetlight flickering anxiously overhead as I ventured out into the uncertain dark, hoping to escape the nightmare I had unwittingly conjured. I had to sever the connection, muscle memories from childhood swirling within me, as I bounded down streets, searching for her, or maybe for myself. But then an icy wind brushed against my neck as the faint chime of a notification echoed like a death toll. I knew who it was before I even checked. My heart stuttered, pounding against my ribcage, begging me not to indulge. Yet the horror of anticipation gripped me like a vice. "Where are you, sis? I thought you were coming to find me." The words wrapped around me, drowning out all sense. I had freed one shadow, but the others still beckoned, shrouded in that abyssal night. Each step echoed louder as I bolted across the pavement, the haunting laughter trailing behind. I was no longer just running into the unknown. I was sprinting towards something frighteningly familiar. I could feel her closing in. Just one more step, one more message, before it ended. Before I, too, could be pulled into her awaiting darkness. Story 18. The package on my doorstep. It was a late autumn evening when the doorbell rang, a hollow sound that echoed off the walls of my empty home. The sun had set early, casting the world outside in a melancholy hue. I pulled myself away from the flickering glow of my laptop, where I had been aimlessly scrolling through social media, trying to distract myself from the suffocating silence surrounding me. Standing at the door, I found a small brown package, muted and nondescript, wrapped in brown paper secured with tape. There was no return address, just my name scrawled across the top in ink that looked familiar yet unsettling. I hesitated for a moment, the weight of the package feeling heavy in my hands. I hadn't ordered anything, at least not recently. With a sigh, I carried it inside, the creaking floorboards beneath my feet echoing my trepidation. I placed it on my cluttered coffee table, surrounded by cups of cold coffee and half-finished projects. The night air was chilling, and the wind rattled the window panes with a whispered disapproval that matched my own unease. As I considered my next move, my curiosity swelled, overtaking my reservations. With a trembling hand, I reached for a pair of scissors, slicing through the tape with a quick flick. The paper fell away to reveal a small wooden box, intricately carved with swirling vines and ominous symbols. A chill crawled up my spine. I felt as if I had entered some other universe, a world of shadows and whispers, where this box was a gateway to something darker than I could comprehend. I hesitated, staring at the intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer in the dim light, almost alive. It was then that I noticed an inscription hidden among the vines. To those who wander without knowing, remember the past, or be doomed to relive it. The words made my stomach lurch. Having spent the better part of the last few years in a personal hell of my own making, the past was something I had been actively trying to forget. Yet this sentence clawed at those memories, inviting them back like a familiar ghost. With shaking fingers, I opened the box. Inside lay a collection of old photographs, black, in white images that flickered through time, like monstrous shadows. I recognized the faces instantly. They were snapshots of people I had once cared for, people who had slipped through my fingers like sand. Among them stood her, Sarah, with her knowing smile and deep-set eyes that seemed to penetrate my very soul. I hadn't seen Sarah in years. Just after college, after a relationship that had felt like both a fairy tale and a horror flick wrapped into one, I turned over the photographs, hoping for some clue about who had sent this box, but there was nothing. Just blackness on the backs. As I sifted through them, a familiar shiver crept up my spine. Somewhere deep inside, agony gave way to nostalgia. I could still remember the way she made me laugh, how her presence had felt both like poison and remedy. Our relationship had been an emotional roller coaster, filled with passion, jealousy, and eventual heartache. I had spent countless nights obsessing over every moment we shared, trying to pin down exactly where it all went wrong. Was this package a cruel reminder of my mistakes? Or perhaps it was my penance? The photo slipped through my fingers as I rummaged deeper into the box, pulling out something small and metallic. A rusted key, its surface cold and unyielding, lay at the bottom, glinting ominously in the low light. My heart pounded as a chilling realization washed over me. A memory long buried began to claw its way back to the surface. The last conversation I had with Sarah echoed in my head like a haunting refrain. We had shared a home, a rickety old two-story house, with peeling walls and stained carpets. A place she often referred to as our love nest, despite its ominous aura. But after our breakup, that house had been left a scar in my memory, kneeling like the ghost of something long gone. Had someone linked my obsession with Sarah to this package? We had promised never to speak again, and yet the idea of her still lingered like smoke in my lungs. And now, this key felt like a summons, a beckoning. With my heart racing, I tossed the package aside and snatched my coat from the back of the chair, slipping it on and heading for the door. I needed to see that house again. Urge overcame my reason. I stepped outside into the crisp darkness, the evening air sharp and electric against my skin. Driving through the sleepy suburban streets, I found myself pondering what was left of Sarah. I made my way to the dream we had once shared, now laid desolate and distracted by the steep weeds that had encroached upon its boundaries. With every turn, anxiety drummed in my chest. As I approached the house, I could see the window panes were dull and cracked, the paint peeling in long, miserable strips. It looked as if it were waiting for me, or perhaps waiting to unleash whatever horrors it held within. I parked my car and approached the front door, heart thumping in my ears. Holding the cold key in my palm, I felt like an intruder as I stepped onto the creaky porch. The air around me thickened, each breath I took feeling heavier than the last. The door yielded with a soft creak, as if it had been longing for this moment. Inside, dust danced like restless spirits in the moonlight that streamed through the grimy windows. Everything looked the same. The old couch sagged under the weight of time, while shadows draped themselves across the peeling wallpaper like dark thoughts refusing to flee. I ventured deeper, the house revealing its secrets as I moved through the dimly lit hallways, each room a memory, a visceral reminder of what once was. The living room where we'd shared laughter, the kitchen where we'd fought, the bedroom that had witnessed both passion and pain. Yet it was the cellar door slightly ajar that captured my attention the most. Curiosity grappled with fear as I tiptoed down the rickety stairs, the air turning frigid around me. The key felt almost alive in my palm as I swallowed, my throat dry. I reached the last step and hesitated, suddenly feeling the weight of the surroundings. An old bulb flickered sporadically, casting long shadows against the damp stone walls. Musty air filled my lungs, heavy with despair. As I stepped inside the cramped space, I knew I wasn't alone. An ominous sound, low and guttural, reverberated around me. Wide-eyed, I peered into the darkness, heart pounding furiously. The floor was littered with tangible reminders of a life once lived. Forgotten toys, old journals. But what caught my attention the most was something far more sinister. Taped to the walls were pages from journals I recognized too well. Sarah's journals, entries detailing every moment of our relationship, a rehashing of love interwoven with painful secrets I had long tried to forget. An icy finger traced my spine as I felt the unmistakable knowledge that I was being watched. The door slammed shut behind me, echoing my initial disbelief. I spun around, the darkness pressing in. My breath quickened, and in that moment, I was nothing but a puppet tangled in the strings of my own obsession. It was not only the memories that haunted me, it was the remnants of Sarah's own torment, her words swirling around me, suffocating me with every syllable. I was confronted by the demons I had ignored, the pain I had masked with distractions. "Why did you come back?" a voice whispered somewhere beyond the shadows. The very air felt charged, like a storm ready to erupt. My heart raced as the laughter of long-buried fears echoed in my mind. Memories turning the corners of my reality darker. In the suffocating darkness of the cellar, reality twisted, and I felt an ice-cold hand grasp the back of my neck, dragging me further into the abyss of everything I had tried to leave behind. As I was pulled into shadows that felt all too familiar, I understood that some obsessions are meant to remain buried. Yet, I had unearthed the darkness, and it was not going to let me go. And so, as the first tears of regret slid down my cheeks, I wondered if I was destined to relive this nightmare until I truly understood the cost of my obsession. The walls closed in, and in that moment, enveloped by the specters of my past, I finally saw the truth. I was not merely searching for Sarah. I was endlessly hunting myself. Story 9. The wind howled outside like a pack of wolves on the prowl as I curled deeper into the worn couch. My heart, a heavy stone in my chest. The familiar creak of the old house settled around me, a muffled symphony of forgotten whispers echoing through the empty halls. The fireplace crackled, its flickering glow illuminating the frames of family photographs that adorned the walls, each framed memory, a testament to a life well lived, a life I now feared was more burden than blessing. It was a night like any other. The aching solitude wrapped around me like a shroud, pulling me into the depths of grief. My father, once a towering presence filled with laughter and warmth, was gone. A mere silhouette against the vibrant color of my childhood, he had slipped away quietly one stormy night not unlike this one. His final breath stolen by a heart that had long since worn itself down. I tried to fill the void with distractions, folding laundry or flipping through channels on the television. But the silence that draped the house felt like a thick fog, suffocating and oppressive. The clock ticked steadily, each second marking the march of time since I had last heard his voice. It played tricks on my mind, a metronome keeping rhythm to my memories. Then it happened. The ringtone pierced through the stillness, a sound I hadn't heard in over a year. My breath hitched, uncertainty clawed at my throat. The screen lit up with a name that turned my blood cold. Dad. "No," I whispered, my hand lingering over the screen as if it could ward off the impossible. I shook my head, willing reality to reassert itself. It was a trick, perhaps a sick joke by the universe, to taunt me on this lonely night. The number was unchanging, saved in my contacts as a reminder of a heart that once beat fiercely. With trembling fingers, I scrolled through my contact list, expecting to see someone else's name. Yet there it remained, glaring back at me with an intensity that made the hairs on my neck stand straight. "It's just a glitch," I told myself, forcing deep breaths to calm my spiraling thoughts. My heart raced as the phone rang again, and this time I couldn't ignore it. I picked it up, voice shaking. "Hello?" The silence on the other end was deafening. An abyss of uncertainty that swallowed me whole. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs as I wondered if I was speaking to a ghost, or if madness threatened to envelop me. Just as I contemplated hanging up, a voice broke through, sonorous and achingly familiar. "Hello, my boy." "In." "Dad?" The word escaped my lips in a breathy gasp, disbelief mingling with a bittersweet ache that squeezed my chest. The sound of his voice was a symphony, yet chilling, in that it carried no familiarity of the moment we had shared before he passed. "Yes, it's me," he continued, and my instinct screamed for me to hang up. Yet I remained glued to the couch, transfixed like a moth drawn to a flame. His voice held an ethereal quality, as if it were being channeled through time and space, a distortion of the past invading the present. "There are things we need to discuss. Buried truths. Buried truths?" I echoed, dread curling around my spine. "What do you mean, you can't be here? You died." My words tumbled into chaotic fragments, the world around me blurring. "I know," he interrupted gently, "but I'm reaching out because time is shifting. I need you to listen carefully." "Listen to what?" I stammered, shaking my head as if the action could banish the surrealism of his voice. Fear cascaded down my spine, while a part of me reveled in this impossible moment. "Do you remember the old oak tree in the yard?" he asked, his voice a perfect echo of childhood. One that sounded just like he was sitting across from me, his face alight with mischief beneath a triumphant grin. "Of course," I replied, memories flooding back, climbing its gnarled limbs, the shadow cast over countless summer afternoons. "That was our tree. It holds more than memories," he said, a hint of urgency creeping into his tone. "You must go there tonight, before the clock strikes 12. Dig at the base, where the roots lie tangled, and unearth the truth that binds us." "What truth? I don't understand," I cried, but the line was dead, only static responding to my anguished pleas. I sat there for a moment, the empty space echoing with his last command. The warm light from the fireplace felt more like a prison than a sanctuary, and the walls seemed to close in around me, relentless reminders of my solitude. As the clock ticked down to midnight, dread clawed at my insides. Was this real? I could have dismissed it as a cruel facet of grief, but the burning need to unearth whatever truth lingered drew me, like a flame to the dark. I slipped on shoes, snatching a shovel from the shed as the shadows danced menacingly against the house. The night air nipped at my skin, and the moon hung high, turning everything into a ghostly caricature of itself. Each step towards the oak tree felt surreal, a pilgrimage spurred by desperation and a longing for answers. The ground was cold beneath my feet, a chilling presence looming as I reached the crooked trunk. Its branches silhouetted against the luminous sky. With a deep breath, I began to dig, pushing the metal blade into the earth, heart hammering madly with each pat of soil that flew away. The hollow thumping of the shovel met my ears, an incessant reminder of my determination to understand before I succumbed to oblivion. After what felt like an eternity, the blade struck something solid. My pulse quickened as I cleared the remaining dirt, revealing a small weathered box nestled among the tangled roots. My fingers trembled as I pried it free, the weight of the moment staggering. Inside lay letters, frayed edges, hinting at secrets long kept hidden. A photograph slipped out, a snapshot of my father, standing next to another boy who mirrored my features eerily. Their faces beamed, arms around each other's shoulders, in a moment of unadulterated joy that now pierced my heart with anguish. A folded piece of paper fluttered from the box, the ink barely legible as I unfolded it. My father's familiar script spoke of a brother I never knew, a child lost many years before me, a piece of our family's puzzle buried deep in the embrace of sorrow. The words poured out, revealing a lineage intertwined with sorrow and regret, a history hidden under layers of grief. As I finished reading, the realization settled over me heavier than before. The burden of family was both a blessing and a curse, severed and rebroken before it could ever be mended. I dropped to my knees, tears streaming down my cheeks, feeling the weight of loss swell within me. The wind howled above the oak, a symphony of sorrow and release, and I understood now what my father had meant. It was the truths we buried that kept us haunted, locked away in the corridors of our hearts. Tracing my fingers over the hard lines of letters, I whispered a promise to my father. No longer would I remain shackled by the silence of the grave. I would honor our family and embrace the truths of our shared history. And as I sat there, surrounded by darkness, something stirred, a sense of lightness, a presence that enveloped me like the arms of the father I once knew. The wind sang through the branches above, and for the first time in a long while, I felt him with me, a guiding spirit leading me toward healing in the quiet of the night. Story 10. The housemate. Living in a cramped, sunlit apartment in the heart of the city had its ups and downs. For me, the biggest upside was my roommate, Mara. She was an art student, vibrant, eccentric, with laughter that could light up a room. When I moved in, I was grateful to find someone who shared my taste in music and movies. Late-night conversations spilled secrets and spilled drinks, and we became joined at the hip, or so I thought. But as the months wore on, I noticed a shift, like the first chill of autumn creeping into summer's warm embrace. It started slowly. She would forget our plans or stare blankly into space, her laughter coming out in short bursts that felt forced. Her artwork became darker, chaotic strokes on canvases that now crowded our living room. Shades of black and red overtook her once vibrant palette, and the cheerful depictions of cityscapes morphed into haunting landscapes of swirling shadows. "Are you okay?" I asked her one evening after dinner, sensing an air of tension that prickled the back of my neck. "You seem different." She paused, her paintbrush frozen midair. "I just feel like I'm awakening to something," she said, her voice distant and cold. "Oh." I tried to smile, masking the discomfort blooming inside of me. "That's good, right? Is it?" she murmured, her gaze shifting to the window, where the last rays of sunlight were swallowed by the yawning night. As days turned into weeks, I often found her staring out that window, her expression inscrutable. My concerns swirled into the backdrop of my life, until one evening, curiosity overrode caution. Mara had gone out for the night, her door clicking shut behind her, leaving behind an unsettling emptiness. I washed the dishes, humming a meaningless tune to fill the silence, when I caught sight of a small leather-bound journal on her desk. The blanket of secrecy around it tugged at my thoughts. Should I look? Didn't friends have the right to share everything, even secrets? With a racing heart and a sickening thrill, I opened the journal. The pages were filled with Mara's familiar sprawling handwriting, but instead of sketches or recipes, they were entries, and they were all about me. At first, the words were innocent enough, recounting our shared experiences. "We laughed so much on that day in the park," or "Ella made her famous spaghetti tonight." "The way she scrunches her nose when she tries to eat is adorable." I felt a swell of warmth. These were typical reflections of friendship. But then, the tone shifted, darkening the cozy cafe moments. "Ella leaves her dirty socks on the floor again. It's disgusting," it read, followed by a rant about how I'd never consider her feelings. "I need my space. She takes it all. I can't breathe." I felt a lump form in my throat. I flipped through the pages, unable to stop myself, looking for clarity, and each word sank me deeper into confusion. She doesn't understand me. I wonder if I can make her understand. I stopped at one entry titled, "The Lamb." My palms went clammy as I read the words. "Tonight, I will show her who I really am. She must see the shadows I've painted." Chills danced along my spine. I alternated between wanting to close the journal and needing to read more, the latter winning the battle. The entries grew sporadic, filled with wild drawings that illustrated twisted, abstract shapes, forms that looked like part of a face, lurking and seemingly watching. She thinks she knows me. I will make her know. I felt the world narrow around me, the suffocation of the apartment creeping in like an invisible storm. I looked back toward her room. Was she planning something terrible? Did I ever truly know the girl who shared my life? I hastily closed the journal, my heart racing. I had to find a way to confront her without alarming her. Maybe it was just artistic expression spiraling out of control. Maybe I was overreacting. When Mara returned hours later, the way her smile seemed to stretch too far sent a shiver down my spine. "Hey, you home?" She called, her voice a mere whisper above the chaos in my mind. "Yeah," I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. "How was your night?" "Oh, thrilling." She tossed her bag onto the couch and moved toward me, her energy intoxicating, but her gaze unnerving. "You won't believe the inspiration I found. Tonight's work could change everything." I forced myself to smile, nodding along as she began to pace, her hands gesturing wildly, eyes wide with fervor. I didn't mention the journal. I could see it sitting innocently on the desk, like a loaded gun. "What did you paint?" I asked, attempting to probe without sounding too curious. "Oh, you know, just some minor self-exploration." She laughed too loudly, but a chill lingered in the air. I realized I've kept so much hidden, and it's time to let it out. With each word, I felt a knot in my stomach tighten. "I have a surprise for you too," she declared suddenly, her face aglow. "I'm going to give you a gift to help you understand me better." My heart lurched. What kind of gift? "I can't wait to show you. You'll love it." She grabbed my hand, warmth radiating from her grip. I was frozen, only numbness battling the urge to pull away. That same sense of urgency welled up within me, the feeling of needing to distance myself from her. Mara led me to her art studio in the making at the back of the apartment, where an ominous canvas loomed in the corner. The light flickered overhead, shadows creeping and yawning in unnatural shapes, and in secrets of their own. As she unveiled the canvas, a whirlwind of dread clouded my vision. The painting was horrifying, a twisted abstraction of faces blended together, familiar features warped in agony. I recognized my own visage, eyes wide and filled with raw terror while my mouth gaped into a silent scream. My heart dropped. "This is you, Ella. This is how you make me feel." Mara beamed, her eyes alight with insanity. "Don't you see? I'm showing you everything." A sick realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. The shadows that filled her art weren't just an expression. They were an extension of her dark desires. "Mara, this is too much." I gasped, attempting to back away. "You're scaring me. This isn't how friendship works." But before I could retreat, she grabbed my arm, holding me with a bone-breaking grip. "You don't understand. I need to make you feel what I felt." "You brought it out of me. Now it's time to understand the shadows, Ella. Time to become a part of my art." Desperation erupted, unraveling my thoughts. I twisted free and bolted past her, hunger for survival igniting a fire in my veins. I heard her footsteps pursuing me, laughter bubbling from her throat, manic and frenzied. "Ella, you can't escape. You're already in my art." I raced through the apartment, an uncanny sense of the walls closing around me, the soft thud of her steps behind, growing louder. I dashed into the bathroom and locked the door, trembling, as I heard her voice softly on the other side. "Ella, let's paint together. You'll love it." I looked for an escape route, desperately blocking out the echoes of her insane laughter that clawed at my sanity. Forcing adrenaline through my veins, I found a window. Summoning every ounce of will, I climbed through, plunging into the cool embrace of night. And as I landed in the alley below, gasping for breath, I cast one final glance at the window. In the dim light, I saw her silhouette hovering like a dark ghost, her sharp smile curving toward madness, just before she vanished back into the shadows. I fled into the darkened streets, knowing I had to escape not just the apartment, but the surreal horror I had uncovered. In the depths of friendship, I had unearthed a monstrous truth, that Mara was not just a housemaid. She was an artist whose canvas was filled with shadows, and I was her most haunting creation. Story 11. In the slowly fading warmth of a late afternoon, I walked into the grocery store, its fluorescent lights buzzing like angry wasps. After a week of relentless rain, the gray clouds had finally lifted, revealing a tranquil sun setting behind the distant hills. I had a simple grocery list in hand, but an inexplicable sense of nostalgia filled me as I wandered down the aisles, momentarily lost in thought. It was like being transported back to childhood, where aisles were wide and bright, and the world seemed so much bigger. It was during my search for coffee that I spotted her, standing just a few feet away, her back turned to me. She examined the cereal boxes with an intensity that made my heart race. I recognized her immediately. Eva. The girl who used to spend every summer by my side, the girl with laughter that was contagious, and the kind of friendship that felt unbreakable. We were children back then, bound together by mischief and secrets, wild imagination, and twisted games that mothers warned us about. I couldn't help myself. I stepped forward. Eva. I called out, my voice tinged with excitement. She turned slowly, and our eyes met. Her bright blue gaze pierced through to me, but rather than the spark of recognition I had hoped for, I was greeted with a vacant stare, the kind that comes from a person who is forced to remember names from a forgotten past. It was as if I were a ghost hovering on the edges of her memory, neither here nor there. Do I know you? She finally replied, a distant uncertainty hanging in her words. The smile faded from my face. I fought the sudden wave of disappointment. How could she not remember me? We'd spent summers swimming in the lake, whispering secrets under starlit skies, and playing the terrible game that had haunted my nightmares. The Shadows game. We were best friends. It's me, Lily. Her brows furrowed, and she looked away as if trying to recollect fragments of a mirage. I don't remember a Lily, she murmured, nervously tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I'm sorry, but it feels like you might have mistaken me for someone else. I haven't. We played. I really don't remember. Eva interrupted, her tone sharper than necessary. Uncomfortable silence enveloped us, and she shifted her weight before turning back to the cereal shelves, breaking our connection like a taut string plucked beyond its limit. Stunned, I stared at her, disbelief coiling inside me. How could the memories we shared feel so vivid to me, but be entirely lost on her? As I turned to grab my coffee, I felt a chill wash over me, the cool doubt lingering at the edges of my heart. The next few days passed uneventfully, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. I found myself remembering that summer we became friends, the summer of long days where we discovered old legends in our sleepy little town, especially the tales surrounding the abandoned property on Hollow Ridge. And then there was the game. The Shadows game had started as an innocent pastime, a combination of hide-and-seek and daring challenges, but it took a turn for the sinister when it became clear that one of us had to stay in the shadows, bound to the darkness, if we wanted the rest to win. I couldn't help but notice the strange coincidences that began to unravel as I walked through my routine. First, while I rifled through an old box in the attic, I unearthed a dusty photo album. Its tattered pages opened to reveal faded snapshots from my childhood, and there was Eva, her smile vibrant as she leapt off the dock, into Lake Morrow. But in the corner of another picture, the shadows cast by the trees stirred. Then I could swear a figure loomed behind us, a dark silhouette that shouldn't have been there. One that I recognized as me. Then there was the flyer taped to the lamppost at the park. Another missing child, it read boldly, the child's eyes hollow, and a plethora of date stamps marking previous disappearances, parading across the bottom. One of them clicked in my mind. It was one we had played with on that very same summer. I had forgotten, but the game hadn't. The final straw came a few nights later when I dreamt of Eva again. She stood by our old hideout in the woods, a place where we used to whisper secrets and share dreams of running away. This time, however, her face was obscured by shadows, and her lips moved soundlessly, like the grotesque puppetry of a ventriloquist dummy. I awoke in a cold sweat, images of swirling darkness clawing at my mind. Resolved, I marched to the grocery store the very next day, hoping for a chance encounter that could clear the fog. As I stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. The store seemed darker, as if the bulbs themselves had lost their glow. I scanned the aisles and felt an accelerating heartbeat, as the world felt oddly surreal. Eva was at the dairy section, looking contemplative, her face still devoid of memory. My nerves tightened, but I approached her anyway. "We need to talk," I insisted, urgency coding my words. "About what?" she replied, annoyance lacing her voice as she turned her back toward me again. "About the game. The Shadows game." "I remember." "Don't you remember? It wasn't just a game, Eva. People were gone because of it." Her shoulders stiffened, and she spun around to face me. "Stop, you're freaking me out. I don't know what twisted memories you have, but I don't play those kinds of games anymore." "There's something you need to know," I pressed, shaking with frustration. "What if it never ended? What if it's watching us?" Before her denial could form again, the lights flickered ominously, plunging the store into brief darkness. A chill slithered up my spine, and the atmosphere trembled with that feeling of dread. When the lights returned, my heart sunk into my stomach. Standing behind her, just feet away, was a shadow. The very thing I had hoped we could escape. It loomed darkly, features flickering between the realm of nightmares and reality. Waiting. "Eva, look!" I shouted too late. She glanced back, then simply stared, unblinking. The creature grinned wider, revealing rows of gnarled teeth. And I remembered all too vividly how, when the sun set on that last game, we had made a deal. The chosen one would always be marked by a shadow, always bound to darkness. "Eva, run!" My voice thundered in the suffocating silence between us. But as she turned, she didn't flee. Instead, her expression morphed, recognition dawning through the haze. "You," she whispered, her voice cracking. "It can't be. You didn't." And before I could object, the shadows claimed her, the darkness curling around her like hungry tendrils, dragging her back into the abyss of our forgotten summer. The game that had never truly ended. I fled the store, my pulse racing, and the echo of her gasp crackling in the air behind me. A weight crashed upon my heart as I realized the game hadn't forgotten its players, and I was no longer a spectator but part of the monstrous cycle we'd set in motion. From that day forward, the grocery store transformed for me. Each time I stepped inside, the aisles felt shadowed, whispers of the past taunting my every move. As I maneuvered through mundane lists, searching for bread or fruit, I would catch flickers of darkness out of the corners of my vision, a chilling reminder of the friend I lost, the game that took her, and the shadows still lurking, waiting for their next player. Story 12. The misplaced items. When I first noticed the items missing from my house, I attributed it to my busy schedule, and the chaos of modern life. A spoon here, a book there. Trivial inconveniences that could easily be explained away as forgetfulness. As a freelance graphic designer, my days blurred into nights, the hours melting together under the glow of my dual monitors, often rendering me oblivious to the small details of my home. Months passed. The pattern continued. My house had become a labyrinth where the familiarity I once loved now felt increasingly foreign. I remember the first significant item I lost, a framed photo of my grandmother from my childhood. It had hung on the wall in my miniature living room, an anchor to the past, until one morning I noticed the empty space where it had once graced the plaster. Must have taken it down to dust, I muttered to myself, casting a careless glance around. I assured myself I would find it soon enough, perhaps tucked away with the seasonal decorations in the closet. But that did not happen. Next, it was my favorite mug, the one that bore a whimsical illustration of a cat, which I bought at a local artisan fair. One day, I stood at my sink, searching the damp cabinet, but it had vanished as if into thin air. I felt a chill prick at the back of my neck as I searched the entire apartment, convinced it was just hiding in some obscure corner. Yet it never reappeared. These losses were unsettling, yes, but it wasn't until I found a pair of muddy work boots resting beneath my dining table that the creeping paranoia took root. I didn't own those boots. They were heavy and worn, stained with dark, damp earth. They didn't belong to any of my friends or family, and my heart raced as I tried to rationalize their existence. Maybe someone was over and left them during a party, I whispered to myself. But a small, insistent voice in my head squashed that excuse. I hadn't socialized in weeks. The atmosphere grew oppressive after that. I began to notice other subtle changes. My door creaked open on its own, though I always ensured it was locked tight before bed. Sometimes, the air in the room would change, thickening with an uncomfortable tension that made me shiver. After I spotted the boots, I felt as if my house was alive, breathing, shifting, whispering its secrets to me in a language I couldn't decipher. One sleepless night, heart hammering in my chest, I decided to do what the average person might do in the face of fear. I turned to the internet. I stumbled into forums laden with paranormal discussions and suggestions about entity attachments. And suddenly, I felt a kinship with those who spoke of their experiences, all living embodiments of disquiet. I scoured through myriad posts, widening my eyes to the unsettling tales and folklore of restless spirits, emotional attachments spilling over into the physical realm, and the unsettling sensations of being watched. The threads blurred in my mind, and I lost track of time as I navigated through the virtual dark. I could feel some nameless entity shifting behind the screen, breathing down my neck as I read about haunting occurrences parallel to my own. It's all just stories, I told myself painfully, but the unease settled deeper. By the end of the week, a decision brewed within. A pact of bravery or sheer madness. I reached out to a local paranormal group, suggesting they investigate my home for any disturbances. I was desperate for answers. The thought of another cold night spent alone, surrounded by misplaced artifacts, drew me into contacting them. The group arrived on a chill evening, cloaked in heavy jackets and armed with an assortment of gadgets that buzzed and blinked like fireflies in the dark. I watched intently as they set up in my small living room, placing cameras and motion detectors at strategic angles, while they stooped to examine shadows lingering along the corners of the ceiling. Among them was an older woman with silver hair and knowing blue eyes, who introduced herself as Eloise. "You've got a presence in here," she told me as I nervously shifted from foot to foot. Despite the clutter, there's an unsettling emptiness, a feeling as though someone wants your attention. Her words crawled under my skin like ants, igniting fear. Eloise, along with a younger man named Daniel, guided me through a series of meditative practices, urging me to connect with whatever lingered in my space. I sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, palms facing upward, trying to push through the veil of fear gripping my heart. The air shifted, the temperature plunged, an icy breath that trailed across my arms. I gasped as shadows danced behind my eyelids, fragmented images rushing through my mind. Quick flashes of life embedded in the very walls that cradled me. I could sense laughter, the echo of children's voices, the sweet "Open your eyes," Eloise whispered, her voice soft but resolute. Listen. When I did, a low hum resonated within the walls, a disordered symphony of lost memories and unmissed moments. I could see ghostly figures entwined in laughter, playing games I could not quite grasp. It was as if they fluttered just outside the periphery of my awareness. My heart raced as I turned and faced the walls, feeling a connection surge like electricity. When the session drew to a close, Eloise clasped my hands in hers. "It seems you're sharing your space," she said slowly, her words carefully selected. "There are loves that were cherished and homes filled with laughter before yours. But what about the boots?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What do I do about them? About the missing items?" Daniel interjected softly. "We found traces of someone who lingered here, someone who hasn't found closure. Just keep your heart open to those who existed before you." That night was a restless cacophony of shifting shadows and muted whispers, and I sat in my living room, eyes wide, heart racing. I felt them there, flitting like moths against cerulean candle flames, and each presence was more tangible than the next. I could no longer be angry at the misplaced belongings. They were echoes of lives that preceded my own. A gentle invitation from an unseen hand. Over the following days, I learned to adapt. The footprints of lost souls made themselves known in odd, new ways. A child's laughter echoing through the hall, fleeting glimpses, shadowy figures. I arranged my belongings meticulously, working with the uncertainty that had once shrouded me. The gaps left behind by the items I'd lost transformed into poignant reminders of impermanence, resonating with a parallel truth. Then came the heavy rain of one lonely evening, when I noticed something gripping my heart. There, nestled behind the dusty bookshelf, I found my grandmother's photo frame, its glass still glittering. A wave of emotion swept over me, exposing fragments of forgotten memories and suppressed love. Perhaps I wasn't alone in my home after all. Beyond misplaced items, I had inherited their stories. Whispers of laughter that lingered, a warmth within the cold. A joyful presence danced within these walls, and as the shadows loomed large, I decided to embrace them. Sharing this life with those restless spirits who would forever remind me of the human experience, woven in grief and joy. My home became a sanctuary of shared echoes, and with every misplaced item, I learned to cherish what it meant to live with the past, a dance between darkness and light that would embrace me until the end. Story 13. The odd new neighbors. The wind whispered through the trees that lined East Oakwood cul-de-sac, a chorus of rustling leaves under the watchful eye of a fading sun. I had spent the last 10 years nestled in this quiet suburban enclave, a place that had become synonymous with tranquility. Little did I know how quickly that tranquility would shatter. The Johnsons moved in during the waning days of summer, their moving truck rumbling down the street on a day that should have felt ordinary. Their arrival sparked curiosity. Clusters of neighbors gathered around, exchanging gossip and eyeing the new arrivals with the same scrutiny reserved for rare birds. They were an oddity, tall and lean with pale skin, as if they had recently emerged from a long hibernation. At first, the Johnsons, Evelyn and Marcus and their 2 children, Grace and Ethan, seemed delightful. They exuded warmth, their laughter spilling into the street like sunlight. They often invited us over for barbecues, chatting in the softening glow of dusk while the kids played tag under the porch lights. But there was something lurking just beneath their congenial exterior. A furtive glance exchanged between them, the way their laughter would suddenly falter when the conversation drifted too close to home. It began with the odd sounds emanating from their backyard. Clanging, scraping noises, punctuated by strange guttural murmurs. My curiosity nagged at me during sleepless nights, where I'd lay in bed straining to hear over the rustling leaves that caressed my window. Was it a secret ritual? A late-night workout? My imagination twisted into terrifying knots, filling my mind with grotesque shapes, breaking through the veil of their seemingly idyllic family life. As autumn descended, East Oakwood transformed. Bright leaves fell like snipped ribbons, and Halloween decorations dotted the yards. The cul-de-sac buzzed with anticipation for the impending tricks and treats. But in the Johnson household, the air felt thick, coiling with unease. I saw them less frequently as the days grew shorter, often exchanging hurried greetings that hinted at something off. It was a Wednesday evening when everything changed. A thick fog had rolled in, wrapping the neighborhood in a clammy embrace. I was returning from my evening walk, my breath a thick cloud in the chill, when I noticed the Johnsons' back porch light flickering erratically like an old film reel. Glancing at my watch, I realized it was well past 10. Strange for such ruckus. Fueled by unease and a yearning for answers, I crept closer to the fence dividing our properties. The Johnsons' backyard was an erratic labyrinth of overgrown shrubs and twisted trees. And as I crouched low beside the overlapping fence boards, a sight turned my stomach. Their backyard was cluttered with what looked like large, hastily dug holes. A sound pierced the night, low, throaty. Then a hush. I strained to listen, my heart pounding furiously against my ribs. I could see flickering shadows beyond the tree line, undulating shapes that danced and twisted in a frenzied manner. My breath caught as I realized that these shapes were moving against the light, seemingly to a dissonant rhythm. Suddenly laughter, high-pitched, a manic cackle rang out. It belonged neither to children nor adults. It was something otherworldly, reverberating through the fog until it clutched my spine with icy fingers. I turned to flee, my instinct screaming at me to escape. But as I stumbled back, a silhouette emerged from the darkness, compact and imposing, looking for something. The voice belonged to Marcus Johnson. His tone was polite, yet cold. The shadows behind him rippled like dark waves, and for a moment I was frozen, ensnared by the storm in his gaze. I was just taking a walk, I stammered, attempting to weave a plausible excuse. He studied me for an uncomfortably long moment before dismissing me with a slight shake of his head. The chill of his laughter lingering as he retreated back into the shadows. Downtrodden fear roiled in my gut, yet I couldn't dismiss their behavior. The next day, I resolved to investigate further. I would uncover the truth behind the surface-level charm that the Johnsons projected. A beauty that began to look more like a facade, cracking at the edges. That afternoon, I hit the town's library, searching through archives and newspaper clippings. The yellowed pages revealed a ghostly tale, a string of missing persons from the surrounding neighborhoods over the last decade, culminating in a barely mentioned tragedy, a family near East Oakwood that disappeared without a trace 10 years prior. Their names surfaced like a specter. The McKinleys. The pieces fell into place with a sickening realization as I read about the McKinleys. Evelyn had a sister who went missing earlier in their lives. They said she was last seen near the dense woods bordering our cul-de-sac. The subsequent police investigations led to a dead end. A vacuum of information cloaked in silence, leaving questions unanswered. Determined to confront my fears, I returned home and picked up my phone, feeling my blood chill as I dialed the local police department. They needed to know that something sinister hid behind the Johnsons' friendly smiles. But when I hung up, there was only silence. That night, I decided to keep vigil, perched cautiously by my window. Hours dragged on until I saw the flickering light again, and I knew I wasn't imagining it anymore. Slowly, I grabbed my coat and slipped outside, heart thundering in my ears. My footsteps were muted in the fog as I crept toward their home, drawn by that familiar laughter. It grew louder, more chaotic as I neared their backyard, the shadows swirling like a tempest. Gritting my teeth, I peered through a gap in the wooden fence. What I saw made my blood run cold. The family stood in a circle, hands clasped together above one of those gaping holes. They hummed an eerie tune, their faces oddly expressionless, bathed in the faint glow of the lantern that flickered beside them. The children parted slightly, revealing what lay within the pit, a lifeless, rotting form, obscured but unmistakably human. They were performing a ritual, invoking whatever darkness had taken hold of them. My heart raced as the realization struck me like a fist. The laughter that echoed through the night wasn't joy. It was madness. Panic surged through my veins as I turned to run, but the ground beneath me rushed up, and I lost my footing, tumbling into the brush. A grunt of surprise came from behind me, followed by heavy footsteps advancing. Before I could stand, Marcus loomed over me, face twisted in a grim smile that sent a wave of chills rippling through my body. "We told you," he whispered, voice honeyed yet laced with steel, "that our family had a past worth hiding." The fog thickened, enveloping me as I scrambled to my feet. The laughter continued, frenetically consuming the night as I dashed away from their grasp, back to the safety of my home. The following days passed in a haze, the haunting image of their ritual etched vividly in my mind. I packed my bags, a tangible acknowledgement that getting away would be the only way to escape the malevolence that had seeped into my life. As I drove away from East Oakwood, glancing back through the rearview mirror, I caught a fleeting glimpse of the Johnsons, standing at the edge of their property. Their smiles remained, unwavering, watching as I disappeared into the distance. But it was in that moment I knew I had merely scratched the surface of their twisted reality. For hidden beneath the laughter and charm of the odd new neighbors lay a history drenched in blood, a history that would forever haunt the shadows of East Oakwood. Story 14. Title: The Office Competitor. I thought I had finally made it. After years of late nights and sacrificing weekends for my career, I was awarded the promotion I had long desired at Morrow & Co., the prestigious marketing firm in the heart of downtown. I celebrated with my partner, David, who believed that this was just the beginning of my upward trajectory. "You deserve this, Clara," he said, grinning up at me from our tiny kitchen table, which had been hastily piled with pizza boxes. But just as I began to bask in my happiness, my phone buzzed violently on the table. It was an email from Jenna, a colleague I had grown close to over the years. Excitedly, I opened the message, eager for her congratulatory note. Instead, my heart plummeted as the words on the screen twisted and contorted into something sinister. "Congratulations on your promotion. You must be thrilled to have finally ousted me. Hope you enjoy your time at the top." I was not nearly as nice to those above me as I thought. "Just remember, I'm still around." The seemingly innocent tone masked a thin layer of malice, making my stomach churn. I remember a congratulatory smile she'd flashed during the meeting when the announcement was made. But now I wondered if that had merely been a cover for something darker. Though I brushed it aside, trepidation knotted in my gut. I responded curtly, trying to underplay her words. Thanks, Jenna. Looking forward to working together again. Days turned into weeks, and as the initial thrill of my promotion wore off, the frequency of Jenna's emails began to increase. Each missive dripped with a veiled bitterness, snippets masquerading as advice or friendly warnings. Watch your back, she suggested in one. The office can be treacherous. Another time, it was a slightly exaggerated tale about a previous boss who had mysteriously disappeared from the office after their promotion had raised too many eyebrows. A weight began to settle on my chest. I confided in David, who assured me that I was just overreacting. She's probably just jealous, that's all, he said. And the rationality of it calmed the storms within me, if only for a moment. But doubt continued to fester in my mind. Jenna's laughter haunted me in the office. It was a harsh, mockingly sweet sound, like a crow cawing a death knell. I recalled every conversation we'd had. It was impossible to forget how much I used to cherish our camaraderie. Now it felt like treachery to her. I'd seen the way she looked when I was praised in meetings, her smiles splintering as if they were made of glass. The next day, Jenna approached me in the break room while I was filling my cup with coffee. I turned to find her leaning against the countertop, arms crossed, a faint, unnerving smile tugging at her lips. Hey, Clara. How's the big promotion treating you? Great, I responded, deciding not to engage further. The smile that lingered on her lips only grew broader, a wolf sizing up its prey. I just want to be the first to say, if you ever need help adapting, I'm here for you. No one knows the ins and outs of this company quite like I do. There was something in her voice, a sinister undertone. As I nodded and mumbled something about thanks, a shiver crept down my spine. But a part of me sensed that staying cordial would assess the situation better. I didn't need to lose a colleague, especially one who might be privy to how everything worked at Morrow and Company. Days continued to spiral. Each email became increasingly chilling. She began to provide unasked for help regarding my projects, suggesting half-baked ideas, supposedly approved by upper management and others, that would sabotage what I had built from scratch. Then came the message, shadowed in doubt and weaving suspicion. Clara, I recommend you check the budget for the Anderson project. It's off by a hefty amount, and I can't help but wonder if someone might be manipulating the figures to make you look incompetent. Just say. Sweat beads erupted on my forehead as I scrutinized the spreadsheet in my inbox, pulse racing. That detail had slipped through my fingers. I had to correct it immediately for our upcoming presentation. But as the binary numbers scrolled in front of me, dread gnawed deeper. As the numbers aligned, my paranoia ominously grew. What if Jenna was correct? What if someone was out to sabotage me? Weeks melted into a grotesque scheme of deceit. The emails stacked ominously in my inbox, each one a harbinger of dread. I became obsessed, tracking every interaction, trying to connect dots only to draw more lines of confusion. I started sleeping less, reverting into the unending grind of caffeine, desperation, and apprehension. By the time the staff meeting rolled around, I felt like I was living in a horror movie. As my supervisor, Greg, lauded my efforts and the recent growth of the Anderson project, my palms became clammy. Coated in the sweat of uncertainty, in the shadowy recesses, I could feel Jenna's gaze, piercing as it gripped my back. Don't forget about us when you're at the top, Jenna chimed, her voice cutting through the room like a knife. Especially when it's time for reviews. The laughter that bubbled from the table felt mocking, just as she intended. I swore I caught Greg's smirk, as if he were in on a dreadful joke I had yet to uncover. The feeling of countless eyes seemed to pivot to my heartbeat, a relentless drum that mocked my unease. That night, feeling cornered and worn, I decided to confront her. I composed an email, every word striking like a hammer on steel, detailing my feelings about her unsolicited advice and her ominous tone. But before I hit send, my phone lit up with a message from an unknown number. "Don't send that. You have no idea how deep this goes." My heart hammered violently in my chest. I dialed David, my hands trembling. But no answer. Was it a sick joke? Anguished waves of paranoia washed over me. I had to know who was behind it, where this game would lead. As I arrived at the office the next day, a sense of dread loomed, but I couldn't let Jenna win. I detected every movement, scrutinizing the space. When Jenna stepped out of her cubicle, she glanced straight at me. And though I intended to confront her, I had fallen within the cold grip of a chilling realization. I could no longer trust anyone, certainly not Jenna. When the workday veered towards closing hours, the place would become a ghost town, one where shadows lurked. With resigned determination, I approached Jenna's desk, ready to instigate a showdown, but she was gone. A folder sat open, filled with half-formed ideas and scribbled notes. But one paper captured my attention, a list of names. My name was at the very top. A gasp escaped my lips. A sickening knot twisted in my stomach as I examined the scribbled notes. Reviews, methods of sabotage, whispers designed to unravel careers. All played out like macabre tales of betrayal. Then I saw it, clear as day. Clara's downfall must be executed before the quarter ends. I stepped back, my breath catching in my throat as realization twisted within me. This was bigger than I had thought. Jenna wasn't just competing, she was attempting to dismantle me entirely. Looking for something. Good. I turned to find Jenna standing, an impish grin on her face, shattering my last reserves of denial. I faked a smile, struggling to hold the ground while my heart raced. Just organizing the chaos, right? Her laugh echoed like a death knell, and with each passing second, the noose of dread tightened around me. "You really should have accepted my help," she purred, her eyes glinting with delight. "But secrets burn, Clara. You must choose who to trust. Why are you doing this?" I managed to whisper, terror itching my breath. "Because this place is brutal, and I intend to come out unscathed." As she leaned closer, the scent of betrayal hung heavy in the air. "Make no mistake, Clara, it's a jungle. Only the cunning survive." My fight or flight instinct surged, igniting a primal need to escape. Before I could think, I pivoted and fled. I barreled through the door, footsteps echoing in the empty hall. Each heartbeat exploded with adrenaline, desperation fueling my flight. Outside, the air felt like ice slicing against my skin, each gust triggering the insistent whisper of insecurity that echoed in my mind. I couldn't shake her words, nor the vile undertones that had tainted my reality. I had worked so hard to elevate myself, only to stand at the precipice of destruction because of someone I had once called a friend. But I was overtaken by resolve. Halting by my car, I clutched my keys tight, a new determination coursing through my veins. This fight was addressed, and I would adapt to this treacherous landscape. "Safety is never an option," I murmured, staring back at the glass facade of Morrow & Co. A battleground I'd learned to reign over. Jenna might hold threats over my shoulder, but I'd become a force unlike any they'd conjured. With that resolve coursing within me, I turned back, refusing to allow shadows to claim me. The shadows may have hidden much, but I wouldn't fade into anonymity. Instead, I was prepared to become the predator this office desperately needed, ready to survive. Story 15. Every day, a train station buzzes with life, a cacophony of rushing feet, the shrill whistle of departing trains, and the distant, echoing sound of voices that blend into a single, continuous hum. Yet, amidst this daily symphony of humanity, One haunting figure has drawn my attention. An ethereal woman who stands, day after day, on the same cracked platform, shrouded in an aura of sorrow so tangible it feels like a heavy fog. Her long dark hair spills over her shoulders, caught in the wind as though it's attempting to escape her presence. She wears a tattered raincoat, the edges frayed from years of wear, and under it, I can glimpse the shapeless contours of what I can only assume is a faded dress. The train schedules flash above her head, but her eyes, sunken and shadowed, are perpetually fixed on the distant tracks, as if she's waiting for something that will never arrive. Initially, I dismissed her with a fleeting pity, an acknowledgement of the hardships others faced in our bustling world. But over time, the nagging curiosity gnawed at me. Every day, I saw her tears, a silent testament to a pain far greater than mere sadness. And at last, the unbearable weight of my intrigue compelled me to approach her. It was a chilly afternoon, a spattering of rain kissing the pavement, that I finally mustered the courage to bridge the distance. I approached with cautious steps, feeling the cold little raindrops dribble down the back of my neck. Would her sorrow engulf me too? "Excuse me," I said softly, trying not to startle her. "Are you okay? You seem sad?" It was a foolish phrase, an easy excuse for the truth. Her grief resonated in the air around us. Her head snapped up, and in that moment, I felt as if I were staring into the depths of the abyss. Her eyes, dark and glistening, met mine, and I braced myself for a torrent of emotion. Instead, she blinked as if she'd awoken from a dream, and a slight smile, barely a flicker, graced her lips. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice like a brittle flower coaxed from the earth. "Should be better than this. Do you want to talk about it?" I asked, my heart pounding. Sometimes it helps to share the burden. She hesitated, glancing again at the empty rails, while brushing away the tears that left streaks on her cheeks. The weight of her silence pressed against me, and I felt as though I were being drawn into an unknown world. With a deep breath, she finally spoke. "It was 3 years ago," she said, voice cracking. 3 years since my husband disappeared." "Disappeared?" I echoed, an involuntary shiver creeping along my spine. "What happened?" "We were on our way to the coast as we did every spring," she explained, her eyes widening with the memory. "It was a Sunday afternoon filled with laughter and the sun warmly kissing our skin. But the moment we stepped onto the train, he just vanished." Her voice trembled as if the mere recollection of it anchored a weight on her soul. "How? Did you lose him in the crowd?" I asked, feeling the urge to unravel the mystery. As she continued the story, her voice grew more distressed. "We were seated together, and I turned to look out the window. In one blink he was gone. I looked back at him, and it was like he never existed. He didn't leave the train, and the passengers didn't see him walk away. He just disappeared." An icy tendril of fear creeped down my spine, coiling itself tightly as she spoke. The ghostly image of the train's doors sliding shut, taking him away from her forever, gnawed at my imagination. The vibrant world around us dimmed as she recounted her desperation. The frantic search through every compartment, every station, until every lead dried up, leaving behind nothing but whispers of despair. "I filed a report," she whispered, the raw edge of desperation creeping into her tone, but it was as though he'd been swallowed by the ground. I stared into that abyss, a world of people who saw me and didn't see him. Nothing made sense. Still doesn't. Every word she uttered hung in the air like a thick cloud of dread, and I couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever considered looking for him here? At this station?" Her eyes met mine, a spark of darkness swirling within them like ink dropped into water. Every day, I stand here hoping to see him step off the train, teeming with stories of distant lands. I have spent countless hours waiting for the moment when he reappears. I glanced at the approaching train, the screech of its wheels on the tracks, a welcome distraction from her harrowing tale. Another monstrous beast, another enigma. I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. Have you ever thought about what might have happened to him? Could he be trapped? The shudder that swept through her was palpable, a rippling tension that echoed my own dread. Trapped, she whispered, horrified as her fingers unconsciously grazed the necklace that hung around her neck. An old locket that caught the dim light. There are stories about people getting lost in the space between worlds. Some say they find other realms, dark places where the lost linger until someone finds them. Nightmares. I pressed. My curiosity piqued despite the knots in my gut. There's a tale, she said, her voice a breath of wind, of a traveler, restless and unfulfilled, who boarded a train that never arrived, entering a realm of darkness, where the lost become shadows. It is said that they wait for someone. Someone to return for them. Someone to brave. As she spoke, her lips curled into a bitter smile. For the last 3 years, I've been coming back here, searching for him. For those lost souls. I feel a connection to this place, as if the rails could lead him back to me. But all it has given me is the echo of silence. As thunder rumbled in the distance, the wind picked up, swirling around us in a chaotic dance of shadows and whispers. My heart raced as I glanced at the incoming train. A terrifying thought knotted itself in my mind. What if the stories were true? What if each train ride held the power to unravel the fabric of reality, to tear open the veil between our world and the dark nothingness that beckoned? I stepped closer. What if he's here? What if he's trying to reach you? Her eyes flared with a fierce glint of hope, mingled with terror. Then I must keep searching. Every day. I stand here hoping that the train will take me to him. Even if it means I might get lost too. Faith hardened her features, but the air grew thick with despair. As the train stormed in with a violent rush, the wind howled around us, drowning out the sound of the wheels screeching to a halt. In that instant, something flickered. Something dark. Behind her eyes, a whisper of shadow that flickered like a dying flame. "Will you wait with me?" she asked, her voice tremulous with desperation. As I stood at the edge of the platform, facing the looming train with its mouth gaping open, the choice weighed heavy on my heart. I could step away, retreat into the safety of the crowd, but the sharp edge of her gaze gripped my resolve. What if I could offer her comfort, a thread of connection to hold on to, even as I felt the pull, the beckoning hum of the train, whispering promises of what lay beyond? "Okay," I whispered, squeezing her hand tightly. "I'll wait with you." Our breaths synchronized as the thrumming energy of the crowd surged around us. But in that single, fleeting moment, I saw the promise of despair in her eyes, and felt the darkness growing closer. As the trains continued to come and go, we stood there together, bound by fear and longing, gazing at the tracks that taunted us with their secrets. Would we find him? Or would we become another pair of lost souls trapped in the darkness, waiting for the arrival that may never come? Story 16. The Unexpected Inheritance. When I first received the call from the law firm representing my late Uncle Edmund, I had thought it was a prank. We had been estranged for nearly a decade, ever since I moved away for college and started a new life in the city. Our interactions had dwindled to a few family gatherings that inevitably devolved into awkward silences. So, when the news came to me that I had inherited his estate, a sprawling Victorian manor nestled deep in the countryside, I felt a mixture of disbelief and trepidation. I had never been particularly close to Uncle Edmund. He was a peculiar man, whispers of eccentricity and darkness clinging to him like a shroud. The townsfolk spoke in hushed tones about his collection of antique dolls and odd artifacts, claiming that anyone who entered his home soon left forever changed. Of course, tales about the strange had always fascinated me, but I had chalked them up to local folklore. Yet, as I drove the long, winding road through the thick pines toward the manor, I realized I would soon find out the truth. The estate loomed before me like a specter shrouded in ivy and despair. The elaborate cornices of the second-story windows appeared to leer down at me, while the antique doorknob looked more like a gnarled hand frozen in place just waiting to reach out. As I stepped inside, the scent of mildew and neglect assaulted my senses. Dust motes danced lazily in the filtered light, and shadows clung to every corner, deepening the eerie silence. Despite feeling drawn to the house, a chill crawled down my spine as I wandered through the dimly lit corridors lined with family portraits. Uncle Edmund had always been an odd soul, but why had he chosen me? Someone he hadn't spoken to in years. Why had he left me his estate? The questions swirled in my mind like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. As I explored the manor, the wood creaked beneath my feet, and the air felt thick with stories untold. The deeper I went, the more I felt the weight of history pressing down on me. One room, the library, drew me in with its vast shelves of leather-bound tomes. The sun cascaded through the dusty windows, illuminating a massive oak desk covered in papers, each inscribed with my uncle's meticulous handwriting. Most were mundane receipts and letters, but there was one that caught my eye. A letter addressed to a detective, detailing a series of unsolved murders from decades past. My heart raced as I read it. The letter revealed a connection between my uncle and a string of grisly crimes in the region. Crimes that had seemingly stopped when he moved into the manor. Each victim was linked to a local family, their gruesome ends marred by the same eerie symbols, carved into their flesh. Symbols that appeared oddly familiar. Suddenly, a disturbing realization hit me. These symbols were similar to those I'd seen in the basement. Racing down the corridor, my pulse quickening with each step, I pushed open the heavy door to the basement. The air grew noticeably colder as I descended the rickety staircase, the darkness wrapping around me like an oppressive blanket. I fumbled for the light switch, and when illumination flickered to life, the sight that met me took my breath away. Old crates lay strewn about, but the most shocking sight was a large wooden altar, its surface marred by deep scratches and stains that would never wash away. Surrounding it were jars filled with unidentifiable substances, shadowy remnants floating in viscous liquids. My fingers grazed over the altar, and I recoiled when I noticed one of the jars held a severed finger. Its nail polished a garish red that seemed to mock me. My mind raced. Had my uncle been involved in something sinister? The thought of being connected to such darkness made bile rise in my throat. I had to leave, but my curiosity overpowered my fear. That night, sleep evaded me. I lay in the guest room, shadows swirling in the corner of my eyes, whispers echoing in the silence. The voice of my uncle, taunting and teasing from the beyond. I forced myself to breathe, reminding myself that I was an adult, no longer that naive child with a penchant for stories of the macabre. I couldn't allow my mind to run wild by the flickering candlelight. But then it came, a soft scratching against the door. Panic surged through me as I sat up, heart pounding in my ears. I told myself it must be the old structure settling, but the noise persisted, a deliberate scratching, like fingernails raking against wood. Gathering my nerves, I edged toward the door. hand trembling on the knob, half expecting to find a ghostly silhouette on the other side. When I finally opened it, I was met by an inky void. The hallway stretched out before me, dark and foreboding. I stepped into it, compelled by a force I couldn't comprehend, drawn toward the source of the noise. Each footfall echoed, amplifying the dread that gripped me. I turned into a corner and abruptly skidded to a halt. Before me hung an antique mirror, its glass clouded and ornate. But what horrified me was not the mirror itself, but the reflection that stared back at me. Behind my own horrified visage, a figure loomed. A woman. A hauntingly familiar woman. My mouth went dry as I recognized Aunt Clara, my uncle's estranged wife, who had mysteriously vanished years earlier. Panic threatened to overtake me as I stumbled backward. My heart raced. I could hear it thudding within my chest, desperation clawing at me as I turned to flee back down the corridor. But just as I reached the stairs, a low laugh echoed into the dark, sinister, all-consuming. The chill of recognition knotted my gut. It was a laugh I had heard before, sitting at the dinner table with Uncle Edmund. "Welcome home, my dear," the voice whispered through the still air, wrapping around me like a frigid embrace. All at once, the space laden with shadows closed in. I sprinted toward the front door, heart racing, but it slammed shut inches from my fingertips. The walls seemed to shift, constricting, and panic surged through me as the mirror's reflection twisted and contorted, revealing grotesque images of past victims. "Join us," the malicious voice whispered, growing louder as dark figures began to encircle me, flitting through the depths of the shadows. With all my strength, I sprinted upstairs, heart hammering in my chest, as visions of Uncle Edmund's dark legacy flashed through my mind. I needed to escape, needed to break free from the house and what it represented. But as I reached the door to the attic, the air turned icy. I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps following me. They were unrelenting, closing in, a reminder that darkness, once awakened, never lets go. Panic surged with each pounding step, and I pushed the door open, tumbling into the attic. The room was filled with all manner of forgotten relics, and instinctively I knew I had to hide. I ducked behind an old trunk and held my breath, hoping whatever stalked me would pass by. But the voice was growing louder, seeped into the very walls, echoing through the dust and decay. "Stay. Don't leave. This is where you belong." I clamped my hands over my ears, fighting back the impulse to scream. Holding my breath, I waited, heart pounding like thunder in my chest, battling the overwhelming dread that coursed through me. Then, silence. I peeked around the trunk, the oppressive quiet unnerving. I slowly stood, scanning the attic, desperate to find a way out. That's when I noticed the door I hadn't seen before. A small, unmarked door at the back, half hidden behind piles of antiques and cobwebs. With inching steps I approached it, praying it would lead to freedom, instead of further darkness. I grasped the doorknob, twisting it slowly, feeling the weight of countless secrets on the other side. I pushed the door open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into oblivion. Taking a deep breath, I ventured downward, each step echoing a drumroll of impending doom. The air felt thick with an unspeakable weight. The last remnants of sunlight vanished as darkness enveloped me. And then it started. Sudden whispers, like wind rustling through dry leaves, beckoning me deeper. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to escape and the unsettling, morbid curiosity that pulled me in. I continued, however, each step carrying me further from light and safety. Suddenly, I entered a chamber. An underground room lined with flickering candles, casting eerie shadows on the stone walls. In the center, an altar lay adorned with familiar symbols, the same ones etched into the victims before. A haunting realization gripped me. This was the core of it all. This was what my uncle had been preparing for. the secrets he had concealed within the walls of this manor. The door slammed shut behind me with an echoing boom, and dread pooled in my stomach as I heard the soft patter of footsteps approach from the shadows. It was familiar. It was unsettling. The mocking laughter of Uncle Edmund. The whispers of Aunt Clara. "Welcome to the family," the voice boomed. "You've uncovered our legacy. You're just in time for our reunion." The air grew heavy. The candles flickered out one by one, plunging me into the embrace of darkness. I was trapped, ensnared by a sinister inheritance, and the weight of my family's legacy pressed down on me as the shadows closed in, whispering promises of eternal companionship, in a legacy more sinister than I could ever have imagined. Story 17. A locked diary. The attic was a time capsule, filled with shadows and cobwebs that danced in the flickering light of my flashlight. Dust mote hung in the air, glittering like tiny stars in the darkness. I'd been driven there by a compulsion to sort through the remnants of my mother's life, which now felt like an echo of a world I could barely grasp. It was the end of summer, and as I prepared for another mundane year at university, her absence weighed heavily on my heart. She had passed away just months before, leaving me to navigate her belongings. Each trinket a haunting reminder of her laughter. Tucked away in the corner, partially hidden beneath an old quilt, was an unassuming wooden box. Its dark stain had faded over the years, but the lock was still shiny, polished as though it had just been placed there yesterday. I had never seen this box before. It was as if it had been waiting for me. Curiosity consumed me. What was inside? An echoing thought rang loud in my head. Break the lock. My fingers trembled as I searched for a tool. Eventually, I unearthed a pair of pliers from a rusting toolbox left by my father some years ago. The lock snapped with a satisfying crack, and as I lifted the lid of the box, a plume of dust erupted, coating my face and throat. I coughed and wiped my eyes, squinting into the gloom. Nestled amongst the crumbling papers and yellowed photographs, I found her diary, its leather cover cracked and brittle, pulling away from its spine like an elderly relative, too weary to hold on any longer. A thin brass key dangled from the side, its presence both inviting and foreboding. I flipped the diary open, the pages whispering to me like secrets too long unspoken. The first few entries were mundane, a recounting of daily life filled with the minutiae of grocery lists and errands. But as I delved deeper into those ink-stained pages, I began to feel the words shift beneath my fingertips, fangs bared, revealing a darker narrative. October 23rd, 1998. Today I met him at the cafe again. He always sits in the corner, hidden behind his newspaper, but I feel his eyes on me. There's something familiar about him, something that draws me in like a moth to a flame. My heart raced as I read those words. Who was this? Him she wrote of. I skimmed further along, drawn deeper into her secret, piecing together fragments of a past I never knew existed. As the entries progressed, I learned of her descent into a world shrouded in darkness. A world filled with clandestine meetings and whispers in the shadowy corners of dimly lit rooms. She wrote of strange rituals, of gatherings where unearthly rituals were performed. A cacophony of voices that transcended comprehension. June 1st, 2001. He showed me the mark today. It glowed like molten silver, coiling around his wrist like a serpent. He said it binds us together, that I'm part of something larger than myself. Something I cannot comprehend. I want to pull away, but I can't. I felt a chill creep down my spine. My throat felt tight, as if I were being choked by invisible hands. What had my mother become? Who was she really? I flipped another page, scanning for clues, and my eyes caught phrases like, "the ancestors, the door," and "the bloodline." My pulse quickened. With each entry, a creeping dread settled in my stomach like a stone. It was not until I reached an entry dated February 20th, 2003, that I felt the true weight of her secrets come crashing down around me. You must understand, I did not choose this. I was chosen. When the moon is full, and the night is thick with shadows, the rituals bind us to fate. My love, my cursed love. What we have done can never be undone. I know now that I am to bear the next. My child will be part of the legacy, and I fear for their fate. A sickening realization crashed over me. The next? What was she talking about? I had always been led to believe that my lineage was ordinary. 2 loving parents, a modest existence. Yet here, scrawled in her exquisite handwriting, was a truth too terrifying to accept. I flipped rapidly through the remaining pages, desperate for confirmation or refutation of the nightmare unfolding before me. The final entries hinted at a sense of inevitability, a resignation to fate. The last words were jagged, hastily scrawled, and barely legible. It will happen soon. The date is set. The door will open, and I fear I will not return. If you find this, seek the truth before it is too late. Trust no one. The air felt electric as I closed the diary, my pulse thrumming in my ears. Instinct forced me to look over my shoulder, half expecting to find someone lurking in the dark corners of the attic. The threads of my existence, the very fabric of who I was, began to unravel before me. Unraveling layers I hadn't even known existed. Suddenly, a deep resonance filled the air, vibrating through the box beneath me. I stared in horror. The brass key started to jingle, as if something inside the box stirred. Adrenaline surged through me and I leapt back, nearly knocking over a stack of boxes behind me. The sound rang out like a warning bell, resonating with an otherworldly urgency. My heart raced wildly as I fished the key from the diary, feeling its weight in my palm. I took a trembling breath and turned the key in the lock of the box. What lay within was a mystery I both yearned to solve and feared to confront. The lid creaked open, revealing a smaller compartment beneath the diary. Nestled inside was a silver locket, intricately carved and resplendent, with a picture of a woman I did not recognize, and in her eyes, dark pools of despair and knowledge. Something flickered, and I recoiled. An image jumped into focus in my mind, a memory of a nightmare I had dismissed upon awakening. The woman in the locket wore the same anguished expression I had seen in my dreams, awakening in the middle of the night, feeling a presence as though something or someone had been watching over me from the edge of the darkness. But her eyes were different. They carried a lingering promise of fate intertwined with mine. A promise that I could not understand, and yet instinctively felt bound to. I stumbled back, heart racing, panic clawing up my throat. My existence, everything I had believed about my life and my mother, had fractured like glass. Shards of truth, glimmering in the chaos. The truth had turned to horror. My mother, my family, our bloodline, and what came before us. It was tethered to something malevolent. The doorway she hinted at was not metaphorical. It thrummed with dark energy, calling me to delve deeper. I had opened the diary, and in turn, both my mother's past and my own were now interwoven in a tapestry threaded with shadows. Now, I sensed the gathering storm whispering through the cracks of the house, summoning me to an inevitable conclusion that rendered escape impossible. This realization chilled me to my core. The legacy would continue with me. And somewhere, in the depths of the night, the door awaited its next visitor. Story 818. The house next door. The sun sank low in the sky, casting long shadows that crept across the grass and over the sagging white picket fence that separated my yard from the one next door. The house had always been an enigma, abandoned and decaying. Its darkened windows seemed to harbor secrets that whispered in the wind. Children in the neighborhood touted stories of its spectral inhabitants, shadows that flitted behind the grime-streaked glass, echoing footsteps on the creaking floorboards that no living soul walked upon. I had lived next to it for over a year, but the morbid curiosity that had once gnawed at me had finally grown teeth. As twilight descended, I had made up my mind. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and a heart full of adrenaline, I pushed open the creaking gate. Its hinges protested as I stepped onto the overgrown path that led to the house. The front door, a weathered relic, hung half open as if inviting me in. I hesitated, listening. The silence wrapped around me, thick as fog and heavy with expectation. Gulping down fear's bitter taste, I took a step inside. The interior was draped in shadows, the floorboards groaning under my weight as I stealthily moved forward. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, illuminating a space frozen in time. The remnants of a long-forgotten life lay scattered around. A yellowed newspaper on the floor, a broken coffee cup on what remained of the kitchen counter, and an old armchair, its fabric worn thin, stood sentinel in the corner of the living room. But it was what lay beyond that caught my attention. The narrow door at the end of a dim hallway beckoned. My heart raced as my feet carried me forward, each step a drumbeat of my rising dread. I reached for the doorknob, an ornate tarnished piece of brass that felt strangely warm. I twisted it slowly, and the door creaked open to reveal a hidden room, untouched by time and engulfed in a thick layer of dust. The walls were lined with shelves, filled with books and boxes, but what drew me in were the scattered diaries and a solitary tape recorder resting ominously upon an old desk. The allure was magnetic. I felt compelled to discover what lay hidden within the pages of those diaries. I began to flip through the first diary. The yellow pages were filled with manic scrawl, detailing the life of a woman named Margaret. Her entries spiraled into a dark abyss as she wrote about her fears, whispers in the walls, a shadow following her, and a deepening sense of dread. "He knows my secrets," one entry read, "and he won't let me go." As I turned from page to page, I felt a creeping sensation settle in my bones. These weren't just random thoughts. They were echoes of my own experiences. I dropped the diary, my pulse quickening as I recalled nights spent awake, haunted by something that lingered just out of sight. Flipping the tape recorder over, I pressed play, and static filled the quiet room. A voice crackled to life, low and haunting, sending chills racing down my spine. "I'll tell my story, even if it's the last thing I do. He tries to control me. I can feel him in every corner of the house. Margaret isn't safe. None of us are." The voice trailed off, replaced by the sound of faint weeping. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. My own memories began to merge with hers. I recalled nights in my childhood where shadows danced in the hallway, where whispers about children vanished and the dark filled my ears. I'd buried those memories beneath layers of forgotten fears, but as I listened, the fragments rushed back with disturbing vigor. The voice continued. "I can't escape him. The house has a will of its own. Please, if you're listening, don't come here. You must leave. He is watching." The tape clicked, abruptly silencing the voice, but not the fear that surged through me. The walls felt alive, vibrating with a malevolent energy. I understood then. Margaret had been driven mad by whatever was haunting this place. And now, it sought me. The room closed in around me, the temperature dropping sharply as if mourning the secrets that had been buried beneath layers of dust. I clutched the tape recorder, the weight of it grounding me amid the whirlwind of revelation. "Maggie, please." A sudden voice pierced the silence, echoing from a hallway behind me. I spun around, but nothing greeted my eyes save the gloom. My heart pounded against my ribcage as dread curdled in my stomach. It was impossible. My mind played tricks, pitting fear against logic. What was happening? I dropped everything and fled, racing down the dark hallway, the flickering flashlight guiding me back towards the entrance. But the house was shifting, the layout twisting like a labyrinth, as if it had come alive. Doors I was certain I had passed no longer opened. Walls seemingly closed around me. I could barely breathe. Then I stumbled into another room, a small, forgotten space filled with cobwebs. Oddly, it carried the scent of home, memories steeped in nostalgia that felt foreign yet familiar. My own childhood guitar sat propped in the corner, pristine against the degradation surrounding it. I took a step closer, shaking my head in disbelief. How was it here? As I lifted it, my fingers instinctively brushed against the strings, and I felt a surge of warmth wash over me, mingling with the chill of the house, merging time and reality. "No, not here." The voice from the recording wailed in my head, as if the very walls were alive with her terror. The guitar strings snapped, resonating like a gunshot in the darkness. Everything went still. The hum of the house receded, and with it, the weight of sorrow pressed against my heart. I dropped the instrument, and the ground beneath me vibrated. Then I realized I wasn't in just any house. This was my house. It belonged to me somehow, chaos woven into my history. Suddenly, Margaret stood before me, her ghostly visage glowing faintly in the ethereal light of dusk. Her eyes, once filled with terror, held knowledge. "You found me," she whispered, the distance between our realities fading like flickering candlelight. "You are part of my curse, and now you must choose." The walls echoed her voice, beckoning me to understand. The specter of our intertwined lives demanded reckoning. My heart raced anew as darkness pressed closer. Memories branded in pain and sorrow surged forth, an unyielding storm on my true identity, the reason for my nightmares and disorientation, laid bare for scrutiny. "Who am I?" I whispered, more to myself than her, but the question sent ripples across the air, shimmering with significance. "You are the key," Margaret replied, a shimmer of urgency threading through her words. "You must break the cycle, find the truth, and free us both." The house shook violently, as if protesting the churning power of history. A vortex of sorrow spiraled around the two of us, crushing the very air. I ran towards the stairs leading to the basement, heart racing and mind reeling. The truth waited beneath the layers of dust and time. My confrontation with the echoes of the past had only begun. Secrets entwined like roots, ready to pull me down into their depths. But I steeled myself. With each step, I felt a mixture of fear and determination propel me into the darkness below, where I knew my destiny awaited. The door slammed shut behind me, the echoes of my past calling forth the whispers of the unknown. An inheritance I had never sought, but one I was bound to confront. Suddenly, as the darkness closed around me, I understood. The house next door wasn't filled with mere memories. It was a mirror reflecting everything I had ever tried to escape. Story 19. The Overzealous Follower. I never thought much about my online presence. It started as a modest attempt to share my writing, snippets of my daily life, and photos of the quiet town of Maplewood, where I had always lived. I sought connection, inspiration, or maybe even a bit of validation in the form of likes and comments. It was a small account, a little over 1,000 followers, most of whom I recognized or interacted with regularly. But then there was her, Lila Jensen, an unexpected devotee among the crowd. Lila first caught my attention through her enthusiastic comments. Each post I shared saw her quick response, peppered with phrases like, "You're such an inspiration," and "I wish I could write like you." Her profile picture showed a bright smile framed by wild curls, her eyes glimmering with warmth. At first I was flattered. It felt nice to think someone was genuinely invested in my journey. I began to reply to her comments, engaging in a form of digital friendship that felt safe from the outside world. But as the weeks turned into months, her enthusiasm took a darker turn. She began sharing my posts on her stories, elevating my work, and while I initially appreciated the exposure, a nagging feeling crept up my spine each time I noticed the frequency of her shares escalating. It was as if she wanted to claim me as her own, a possessive fan in the era of social media. Things changed dramatically one evening when I returned from my usual run at the park. The night air was crisp, the faint sound of crickets punctuating the silence as I approached my front porch. I always took solace in the predictability of my surroundings, but that night, a chill reverberated through me. The front door, typically locked tight, stood ajar. A sinking feeling twisted in my stomach as I hesitated to enter. I stepped inside cautiously, the scent of my homemade spaghetti lingering in the air. Nothing seemed out of place, the living room unchanged from the moment I had left. But as I examined the space, I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched. It was an irrational fear, yet the feeling clawed at my insides, urging me to remain vigilant. After that night, a series of odd events unfolded, subtle enough to be dismissed, yet ominous when viewed collectively. Small objects began to go missing. My favorite pen, television remote, even one of my beloved books. Each time, I shrugged it off as forgetfulness. Perhaps I had misplaced them in a moment of distraction. But the unease mounted. I found myself scrolling through my feed later that night, searching for Lila's name. Her comments had turned from compliments to strangely personal observations about my life, such as, "You should try that cafe on Main Street. Not that you'll meet anyone interesting, right?" Or, "I bet your cat loves hanging out on the porch at sunset." The deeper I delved, the more sinister her interactions became. Lila's posts often included cryptic references to locations I frequented, or snippets from my own life that I swore I had never shared. In one particularly chilling moment, she posted a photo of a dish I had cooked, a recipe I had only whispered about, in a private story meant for close friends. A knot formed in my throat as I looked through the comments. Her words saturated with erratic joy. "I wish I could eat at your table. Why don't we have dinner soon?" I didn't reply. I didn't even want to think of what that dinner might entail. The anxiety bubbled over until I felt cornered, isolated in the confines of my own home. I reported Lila's account for harassment, hoping it would quell her excesses. It didn't. Instead, I found her even more insistent. She sent me direct messages, swiftly read but rarely answered, each with a newer layer of depth that horrified me. "I just want to know you better," she'd say, or, "I promise you won't regret it." In the weeks that followed, strange occurrences snowballed. My car tires mysteriously deflated overnight. The battery in my smoke detector died just as I had started to cook on the stove. A cascade of bad luck that forced me to confront my growing paranoia. I steeled myself, refusing to let the specter of fear dictate my existence. Then one late evening, as dusk began to seep across the horizon, finally overwhelmed by my mounting anxiety, I decided to stop by the cafe Lila claimed to adore. Perhaps I needed to uncover the truth about her fervent obsession. Perhaps just a sliver of certainty in a whirlwind of chaos. The place was nearly empty, only a couple nestled in a far corner, their quiet conversation merging with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. I ordered a slice of chocolate cake, searching the shadows of the room, then stealing glances at the door. I imagined what Lila might look like if she walked in. The jubilant girl I had pictured in my mind, now conjured into someone monstrous. Just as I reached for my phone to reassure myself by checking my notifications, the door swung open, and in stepped a figure who stole my breath away. There she was, Lila, her wild curls bouncing with an energy that made my heart race. She moved like a spirit, gliding smoothly to the counter before turning to scan the room. Our eyes met, and for a heartbeat, time seemed to shatter into fragments. The horror I had felt at a distance now crystallized into pure fear. My body froze, held captive by her penetrating gaze, and I ducked my head, forcing my breath to calm. I dropped my gaze to the floor, willing her to leave, praying she wouldn't approach. "Nice to see you here." I heard her voice, melodic yet tainted, an eerie echo of her adoration. "I thought I might find you. Isn't this place just perfect?" I gathered the courage to look up, forcing a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Yeah, it's cozy." Her smile broadened as she settled into the seat across from me without an invitation. "I've missed you." The words, dripping with a disquieting sweetness, set my nerves alight. "I know how we can really connect, you know. I brought you something." In her hand, she revealed a small, ornately wrapped box. "I thought you'd love this." My stomach tightened, and panic surged through my veins. "Leela, you shouldn't have. Please, please open it." "I wanted to give you something special." I tilted my head slightly, forcing my trembling hands to reach out. I peered down cautiously, revealing intricately folded paper that twisted into a perfect spiral. My heart raced as I found what lay within. The fur of my missing cat, the one who had escaped just a week earlier, now stuffed into the box with a note that simply read, "Shh, you won't be alone anymore." My breath caught in my throat, and that unnerving chill wrapped around me like a vice. An ice-cold realization hit me. Lila had crossed a line a long time ago, her infatuation morphing into something diabolical, something grotesque. But just before I could react, a distant siren began to wail, merging with my racing heartbeat. I shoved the box away, standing abruptly as fear suffocated rational thoughts. "This isn't right. You need help." She tilted her head, seeming more disappointed than offended. "I thought you would understand. We're meant to be together. I just want to know you, to be part of your life." A flicker of desperation crossed her face. I turned abruptly, my heart thundering as every instinct screamed for escape. As I sprinted from that cafe, I could feel her eyes drilling into my back, trailing my every step. I raced home, locking the door behind me with every ounce of strength. My hands trembled as I called the police, producing every detail of her harassment, her unfathomable gift. It was terrifying to think that someone could cultivate such an obsession and slowly unravel into madness right before my eyes. Later that night, as officers listened intently, I felt a small sense of safety for the first time. They promised to keep the area monitored, that a restraining order could deter her. Though fear gnawed at the edge of my thoughts, but I can't shake the feeling of dread that rests just below the surface of my facade. Was she truly gone? Or did she simply blend into the shadows, waiting for another chance to make her presence felt? The boundaries of my once comfortable life had been irrevocably shattered, and I was left standing at the edge of a terrifying new reality. Ready to face the darkness lying in wait, time would reveal the truth. Whether Lila was merely a name on my social media feed or a monster with devastating intent. Story 20. The glaring window. The late afternoon sun cast a warm golden hue across Maple Drive. painting the quaint houses in soft pastel tones. I stood at the kitchen sink, dish soap bubbling between my fingers, glancing out the window. There it was, across the street, a house that looked as if it had been plucked straight from a forgotten storybook. Weathered wood, ivy coiling around the porch, a rusted swing set in the yard. A perfect facade of suburban nostalgia, except for the window. Every day for the last few months, I had been drawn to it, entranced by a pair of eyes that stared unblinking from within. Sometimes they were wide and stark, with a mix of curiosity and haunting fear. Other times they seemed to narrow into slits, as if the occupant was examining the world with a cold disdain. The window was like a vortex, pulling me in closer, compounding my worry with an unsettling sense of dread. "Linda, are you coming?" My husband's voice echoed from the living room, intercepting my thoughts. I huffed and turned my attention to the mountain of dirty dishes before me, brushing off the questions that grazed the surface of my mind. My neighbor, Mrs. Archibald, who lived in the house for as long as I could remember, was starting to make me uneasy, and not just because of her window antics. Days turned into weeks, and as I washed the dishes, the image of that window seeped further into my thoughts. I realized I hadn't seen Mrs. Archibald outside in ages. Her garden, once a riot of color, now languished, a tangle of weeds, eagerly reclaiming the soil. I glanced at the uncanny presence across the street again. The curtains were drawn tightly, as if shielding something dreadful from the prying eyes of the world. Yet the blank, square expanse still haunted me, and I could feel myself grow more restless under its watch. Maybe I should check on her. The words slipped from my lips before I understood the implication. Anxiety gnawed at my gut, but curiosity had a way of overpowering reason. I grabbed my jacket, and in less time than I would have thought possible, I found myself crossing the street. The grass crunched underfoot, a symphony of dry blades protesting my encroachment on Mrs. Archibald's property. The house loomed before me, feeling less like a home, and more like a sentry holding secrets I was desperate to uncover. As I approached the groaning porch, the door held a pale wooden frame that looked like it hadn't felt the comforting touch of a good paint job in decades. I knocked cautiously, the sound a timid plea in the heavy silence. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time, and waited. The window above me remained an unyielding expanse of darkness, mocking my attempts with eerie tranquility. "Mrs. Archibald?" I called out. Silence followed, crawling into the depths of my chest with an icy grip. "It's Linda from across the street. I just wanted to check on you." My heart raced as I wrapped my fingers around the doorknob. It twisted easily, and a gust of stale air greeted me when I opened it. The interior was shrouded in an overwhelming gloom. Dust motes danced lazily in the dim light filtering through non-existent windows. Faded photographs of Mrs. Archibald and unknown faces dotted the walls, their expressions undeniably somber, dark eyes peering out from the past as if they too had grown weary of whatever specter haunted the house. "Hello?" I stepped gingerly into the house, feeling as if I were violating a sanctum. The air was thick with a sense of abandonment, heavy with decay. I moved through the narrow hallway, lining my thoughts with resolve. "Mrs. Archibald?" A low, creaking sound echoed somewhere deeper in the house. Dread slithered down my spine, but I pushed forward, compelled by a blend of fear and empathy. With every step I took, I could feel the oppressive weight of the space around me, as if the walls were closing in, squeezing out hope. Without warning, I turned into what appeared to be a living room. Magpies of forgotten memories cluttered the space. Mismatched furniture, dust-covered bookshelves sagging under the weight of books, and remnants of porcelain teacups scattered like fallen soldiers across the coffee table. And pinned to the wall was an enormous tapestry. It depicted a massive black tree, gnarled roots twisting into dark entrails. Glinting within the tapestry's depths were tiny eyes, peering from the fabric like spies hidden within a thicket. I shook the inkling of unease, enveloping me, and focused on the other side of the room, where an old wooden door, chipped and peeling, beckoned. Hesitance buzzed in the back of my mind, but an insatiable curiosity drove me forward. With a firm push, I swung the door open, revealing a staircase spiraling downward. This was not just a house. It was a mausoleum of despair. Descending the stairs, the scent of mildew entangled with the staleness and made my stomach churn. The low light was nearly impenetrable, leaving me feeling as if I were hovering on the edge of something unfathomable. When I reached the bottom, I saw that the room opened up into a wide, cavernous space filled with shadows. And there she was, Mrs. Archibald huddled in the center, surrounded by stacks of newspapers. They were spread out like spilled guts, the headlines warping and fading into Nebans of years gone by. She was a gaunt figure, her hair a wild mane of white, unkempt and tangled. In her hands, she clutched a long rusty scalpel, its blade reflecting a single, fallen flicker of light. The last semblance of hope. Miss Archibald. I gasped, horrified and fascinated all at once. What are you doing down here? Her gaze shot up, wild and desperate. You shouldn't have come here. You don't know what lurks in the shadows, do you? The eyes, they're everywhere. You mustn't look too closely. Eyes. I began to tremble as I recalled the tapestry and its hidden gazes. No matter where you are, they are watching. They turn their own against you. I must protect myself. Protect the ones who tried to leave. She wept, her body shaking with each ragged breath. Suddenly, the world around me warped, and the once charming echoes of Maple Drive morphed into twisted whispers. Shadows stretching across the walls, like grasping fingers. My heart pounded as fear pulsed through my veins, and the eyes from the tapestry emerged, breaking free from the fabric that confined them. No, I screamed, stumbling backward. Their murky shapes swelled to life, darting toward me, enveloping me in darkness. Mrs. Archibald lunged forward, but her plea was swallowed by the resonance of laughter that echoed through the suffocating abyss. I bolted back to the stairs, every instinct screaming at me to escape. I slammed the door shut behind me and stumbled outside, gasping for the innocent air of the outside world. The repercussions of my descent unfurled tales of horror, simmering shadows gathering around me. As I looked back at the house, the window loomed ahead, no longer merely an object of intrigue, but a gaping maw, promising to swallow the uninitiate in its depths. I rushed back home, my heart racing as I peered across the street one last time. The window, now unoccupied, could have been the imaginative trick of a fragile mind, but that did not quell the eerie sensation that clung to my skin. A reminder that darkness could not be contained, and that sometimes madness was merely a reflection of the eyes that gazed upon it. Days passed, and the oppressive weight of unknowing hung heavily in the air. The longer I stared into that vacant window, the clearer my understanding became. Her madness was not just hers, it was ours. Born within a community silently straining against the unseen burdens we bore. And as our stories intertwined, I began to wonder. How long before the eyes that watched from the dark descended upon the rest of us? I took a step back, far from the pull of the glaring window. I turned away, for some doors, once opened, cannot simply be closed again. Story 21. The sound of silence. Moving to a new city always held a peculiar thrill for me. The shimmering skyline, with its jumble of sights and sounds, felt electric with opportunity. So, when I took the plunge and signed the lease on a sun-drenched apartment in a historic brownstone, I was undeniably excited. As the first week rolled into the second, however, that excitement began to wane, overshadowed by the unsettling sounds rippling through my nights. It started with what I initially brushed off as the creaks and groans of an old building settling, yet something about it felt distinctly different, more intentional, as if the walls were whispering secrets. The odd noises began around midnight, a soft rustling that echoed through the thin walls. It was followed by low thuds, like footsteps shuffling across the floor above. I would sit up straight in bed, the moonlight seeping through the window, illuminating the dust particles swirling in the air. Each time I attempted to drift back to sleep, a sudden clatter or the dragging sound of something heavy would jolt me awake. One particular night, just as I had wrestled my eyes shut, a series of sharp knocks resonated from below, pulling the very marrow from my bones. My heart thumped violently in my chest, echoing the crackling silence that followed. I couldn't suppress the urge to investigate. After all, what kind of noises would disturb the stillness of the night, if not something worth discovering? Climbing out of bed, I slipped on a pair of warm slippers and cautiously opened my apartment door. Peering into the dimly lit hallway, the air felt dense, as if time itself had ceased to move. I crept toward the stairs leading down to the basement, the linoleum cool against my feet. Flickering overhead lights strained against the darkness, casting grotesque shadows that danced ominously on the walls. Each step echoed like a soft heartbeat in my ears, urging me to turn back, but I pressed onward. The basement door felt cold under my fingers, heavy with the weight of untold stories. Exhaling slowly, I turned the knob, initiating a low creak that reverberated through the enclosed space, drowning my senses in the suffocating silence. The basement was dimly lit by a single, sputtering bulb hanging precariously from the ceiling. Stacks of old furniture and forgotten belongings loomed around me like dormant giants, waiting for something or someone to awaken them from their slumber. Shadows melded together, creating eerie shapes that twisted and squirmed at the edges of my vision. Then, an unnatural silence enveloped me, as if the basement itself were holding its breath, waiting for me to take my next move. Goosebumps rose on my arms, brushing against the chill of the air, and I fought the instinct to run back upstairs. But that gnawing curiosity kept me rooted to the spot. As my eyes adjusted, I began to take in the scene. Old boxes were strewn haphazardly, some spilling over with yellowing newspapers, and others filled with obscure knickknacks. An antique mirror, a crooked lamp, and an utterly peculiar stuffed owl with vacant eyes. Then it happened. The sound that would engrave itself in my memory forever. A soft, thin voice drifted around the basement, chilling my bone marrow. "Help me," it whispered. My heart pounded in my ears as I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention. Swallowing hard, I forced my feet to move, pushing me deeper into the depths of the basement. The voice fluttered like a flickering candle, fragile but ever-present, leading me toward an old rattling pipe protruding from the wall, its surface mottled with rust. Who are you?" I stammered, the very sound of my voice pulling me back to reality. "Help me," the voice pleaded again, laced with a desperation that shot through the cold air. I now felt something primal grasping at my thoughts, urging me to follow the voice, to find the source. Following the sound brought me to a grimy window half hidden behind piles of old rags. I peered through, and a sensation of dread washed over me as night clung to the world beyond. The moon hung high in the sky, but it was not its beauty that held my gaze. It was the figure, a shadowy outline standing beneath a streetlight, but just beyond the reach of the illumination. The figure was impenetrable and unnaturally still, their silhouette melding with the night. The voice was now shrill with panic, You have to let me out. You're the only one. Panic slammed against my chest, forcing me to step back from the window, barely breathing. Let you out? How can I help you? I called out, stepping back towards the bare light bulb casting jerking shadows around the basement. The echo of my voice took on a strange life of its own, bouncing back at me as if mocking my question. A sudden clattering made me whirl around. One of the boxes had toppled over, revealing what seemed to be a collection of lost mementos. Dusty photographs, trinkets, each item emitting a haunting nostalgia. In the dim light, amidst the debris, I spotted a photograph. Dated 3 years prior, it depicted a strikingly beautiful young woman with hauntingly sharp features and hollow eyes. I felt an odd twinge of recognition, as if I had seen her somewhere before. I scooped the photo up, reading the faded inscription on the back. For Sarah, always trapped in the darkness. My stomach sank, the connection snapping into place like an icy chain around my mind. What had happened to Sarah, the previous tenant? Let me out, the voice called again, now louder and more insistent. It amplified my trepidation, awakening a realization of something profoundly wrong. The more you linger, the more they'll come. The warning hit me hard. In that moment, I understood that the apartment had possessed something of its former tenant. Something sinister that bled through the floorboards into my very being. The striking silhouette outside became clearer, its arms reaching towards me, towards the basement, towards the door. Frantically, I dropped the photo and sprinted towards the stairs, heart hammering in my chest. I climbed up 2 steps at a time. The air felt charged with a heavy static as I heard footsteps echoing behind me. They grew louder, interrupted by that plaintive whisper repeating in my ears. Help me. Let me out. Bursting through the door, I slammed it shut behind me and pressed my back against it. I could still hear the haunting voice through the wood, growing agitated, begging for release. I understood there was nothing I could do. This spirit, this woman entangled within her own despair, was trapped in a cycle of haunting grief. In the days that followed, I tried to maintain a semblance of normalcy, yet the soothing sound of silence was forever shattered. I could hear whispers that turned to screams each night. Sarah's presence lingered. I could feel her in the air. Sometimes when I'd wake up in a sweat, it would be as if she were standing right beside me, imploring for freedom. As I looked out that grimy basement window one last time, the figure still stood beneath the streetlight, now more defined and filled with sorrow rather than terror. The unsettling truths settled within me like cold, heavy stones. No matter how desperately I wanted to escape, we were both destined to remain ensnared within the grip of despair, forever connected by the sound of silence. Story 22. The creeping fog. I awoke that morning to an oppressive stillness. Soft light filtered through the curtains, but it was muted, cloaked in an ashen gray that suffocated the morning sun. Peering outside, I found my neighborhood transformed. The usual cacophony of chirping birds and distant car engines was smothered by a thick, swirling fog that seemed to advance like a living entity, engulfing everything in its path. It wrapped around the trees like fingers clutching at secrets, and the air felt charged, electric, as if something awaited me just beyond the veil. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity overcame caution. I threw on a parka and stepped outside, but the world around me had grown disquieting. The fog wrapped tightly around my body, heavy and clammy, and each breath filled my lungs with the earthy scent of decay. I walked a few paces out of my front door, straining to see through the gloom that now turned familiar surroundings into grotesque silhouettes. My heart thudded in my chest, and a sense of unease clawed at me, warning me to retreat. I turned back, retreating to the sanctity of my home. As I stood behind my window, pressed against the glass, my breath fogged the pain, leaving a small circle of clarity through which I peered, more intrigued than fearful. Silently I watched, expecting that the fog would recede soon enough. Yet as the minutes stretched on, an unsettling discovery began to unfurl before me. The figures moving in the mist. They emerged slowly, like memories long buried. My heart raced as glimpses of movement caught my eye. Shadows slipping between the trees, shapes that twisted unnaturally, as if saplings wrested from the ground by an unseen force. Could they be mere figments of the fog, a trick of the light? My mind playing games, but there was something profoundly wrong. A magnetic pull that compelled me to look closer. I squinted, searching for clarity. Then I saw them, indistinct but undeniably human. Figures draped in tattered rags. Shadows with no discernible faces or characteristics. Their movements oddly fluid, weaving in and out of the fog, as if it were their native habitat. My gut twisted. An instinctive voice in my head shrieked to pull away, yet another part, an insatiable curiosity, urged me to stay. Among them, I noticed one figure linger closer to the edge of my backyard, not quite moving like the others. It stood still as a stone, its back turned to me. The shadows danced around it. Were they protecting it or hiding something? I strained my eyes, hypnotized by the unnerving tableau unfolding. Then came the unmistakable sound, a low whisper rising over the fog and wrapping its icy fingers around my spine. It knows. It remembers. The voice murmured from somewhere in the fog, slithering through my consciousness. My breath caught in my throat. Who were they? What did they remember? The echoes of past crimes clawed at me, long-buried incidents that once littered my childhood thoughts. A neighbor who vanished without a trace. Whispers of a child found deep in the woods. And the police sirens that always seemed to... As I pushed myself further against the glass, willing myself to hear more, the figure that had stood still broke from its trance. It turned slowly, and I caught a glimpse beneath the hood that shrouded its face. A flash of pale skin, eyes like bottomless pits, darkened by something I couldn't name. The entity began to sway, as if beckoning. My body trembled with fear. Yet I felt an inexplicable pull, an urging to follow the figure into the depths of the fog. I shook my head, backing away from the window, heart pounding like a war drum. Panic surged through me. I had lived in this neighborhood for 10 years, and the whispers of the past lingered like stubborn ghosts. I had never ventured beyond my backyard, much less into the fog that birthed these spectral figures. But something inside me had awakened, a gnawing need to uncover what lay hidden. The whispers intensified, tantalizing yet sinister, weaving tales of darkness threaded through my own upbringing. I couldn't ignore them. The shadows were dragging me into their world, all while hinting at revelations I hadn't wanted to uncover. I considered walking away, pretending I hadn't witnessed this haunting, but for every turn in my mind, the fog seemed to pulse, coaxing me to return. Returning to the window, I glared into the dense gray canvas. The figure no longer stood still. Now it moved, drifting towards the gate to my backyard. It paused before it, then began to retreat into the fog, leaving only the whispers curling around me like invisible vines. In that moment of decision, I clenched my jaw, steeling myself. I couldn't stand idly by, trapped inside my house, caged by creeping unease. Although dread wormed through my veins, I found myself stepping outside, the air thickening, as if aware of my entry. I moved like a marionette, pulled along by my own fervor for knowledge. Each step felt weighted. Every breath was transformed into a laborious task. I approached the spot in my backyard where the figure had lingered, the fog swirling violently around me, blanketing everything in all-consuming gray. It felt like walking into a dream. Vague memories intermingled with present reality. The world grew silent, and the air thickened, becoming almost suffocating. The ground beneath me squelched with each step, water pooling in the depths of the fog. I brushed aside low-hanging branches, squinting through the haze. Something glinted in the underbrush, the same spot where I had played as a child, where I had unearthed treasures, remnants of innocence amid sinister shadows. Then, with a sinking dread, I realized no one had ever found Tomas, the boy from down the street who had vanished nearly 15 years ago. The whispers swelled, as if anticipating my recognition. I dropped to my knees, peeling back the layers of leaves and mud that masked my childhood hideaway. My fingers sunk into the moist earth, and then something solid met my grasp. My breath hitched as I unearthed a shard of ceramic recognizable from a child's toy. Tomas's toy. The last piece of him hidden away with the secrets of the neighborhood. Suddenly, I was no longer alone. The figures materialized around me. Blank faces turned toward my trembling hand, and the whispers crescendoed into anguished wails. The truth must be known. As the emotions of the crowd washed over me, lust, hope, rage, sorrow, I understood from the depth of my soul what the fog had entangled me in. It was not just the past sins of the neighborhood. It was a reckoning, a search for closure. Something dark lay within the whispers, buried where no one dared to look, waiting for the brave or the foolish to uncover a truth that would impossibly bind our lives together. Whether an act of discovery or a descent into madness, I sensed it was too late to turn back. The fog closed in, enshrouding everything but the sound of my heart, my pulse throbbing as the angry whispers clawed at my resolve. As I knelt in the cold grasp of the world I thought I knew, I felt the figures encircle me, whose presence felt all at once like a warning, an invitation, and an unending path toward the truths hidden beneath the fog. That morning began with the creeping fog. It lured me into its depths, promising revelations I had never sought, while revealing the darkness that slumbered restlessly beneath the surface of my life, fighting to break free. The mist thickened, weaving the specters of memory and loss into my flesh, turning my quiet neighborhood into a labyrinth of horror. Little did I know, the fog intended to reveal more than I could ever hope to bear. Story 23. The Unexpected Visitor. It was a cool October night when the first knock echoed through my small, dimly lit home. The shadows in the corners of my living room seemed to thicken, writhing in the flickering candlelight. I glanced at the clock. 11:37 p.m. The only visitors I'd ever welcomed at this hour were grim reflections of the past. Noisy echoes of regret stirring to life from their slumber. I hesitated at first, shrouded in apprehension, as the second rap resounded. This one louder, more insistent. Who could it be? I wondered aloud, glancing at my reflection in the darkened window. I was still in my night clothes, hair a disheveled halo around my face, but curiosity gnawed at me like a hungry pest. I crept forward, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet, and peered through the peephole. A woman stood on the threshold. She was cloaked in a long, dark coat that flared slightly in the cold breeze. Her hair, long and raven black, fell over her shoulders like a waterfall of shadows. I didn't recognize her, but there was something hauntingly familiar about her eyes, which were strikingly deep-set, their pupils dancing with an unearthly glimmer. "Hello?" she called softly, her voice almost drowned out by the rustling of leaves outside. Summoning courage, I opened the door a crack, just enough to allow a sliver of light to caress her features. "Can I help you?" "I'm sorry to intrude so late," she began, her tone warm, but laced with an urgency that sent chills racing down my spine. "My name is Clara. I believe we're related. I'm your cousin." The word cousin echoed within me. I had grown up surrounded by tales of a sprawling family that I was never really a part of, the shadows of relatives lost to time. I had always been told they were better left forgotten, and curiosity had never compelled me to dig deeper. I don't understand. Who told you about me? I was raised by your great-aunt Marjorie, Clara said, her voice shaky but filled with determination. She passed last year. Before she died, she insisted I find you and share our family history. What does that mean? I pressed, the sense of foreboding settling over me like a shroud. A part of me was willing to close the door and ignore the stranger, but a deeper, darker tether pulled at my insides. Why now? Clara's gaze darkened, her expression shifting. You need to know. Our family is cursed. Her voice quivered, but held a weight that coerced me to listen. It has haunted us for generations, and it's threatened to claim more lives, including yours. Against my better judgment, I stepped back, motioning her inside. I didn't quite understand why I allowed her to enter. I was already regretting it, but the insistent whispering in my mind urged me to explore. She took a seat on the edge of my worn couch, her palms resting on her knees, fingers trembling slightly. I settled across from her, a ceramic mug of tea in my hands, desperate to soothe the unsettling ripple of fear coursing through my veins. What do you mean, cursed? I asked softly. Marjorie spoke of a darkness that has hunted us, one that is awakened by blood. Whenever we dare to acknowledge our family, or when someone attempts to break the silence, it returns to claim what's owed, Clara explained, her eyes growing wider as she spoke. I know it sounds insane, but it's true. I've seen the remnants of it. My heart raced as she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. People have died. First, it was my mother, then my uncle, and eventually Marjorie herself. It all happened shortly after they disclosed details about the family's past, especially tales of our ancestor, Evelyn. They say she dabbled in... A sudden draft swept through the room, extinguishing the candlelight and plunging us into suffocating darkness. My breath quickened as I fumbled for my phone to illuminate the space. Its glow offered only a brief respite, revealing Clara's face, now pallid and wide-eyed with fear. We can't talk about this here, she urged, rising to her feet. They might hear us. We need to perform the ritual. The ritual? I echoed, my voice strangled with disbelief. It's the only way to break this cycle, she insisted. We need to confront Evelyn's spirit. There's a chance, slight, but a chance, that we can bind her to silence, that we can ward off whatever is hunting our bloodline. I felt a surge of skepticism pulse through me, but I noticed the desperation in her eyes, a shared flicker of a family history stamped with loss. What do we need to do? I managed, though my voice trembled. Summon the elements of our ancestry, she replied. Candles to light the path, a mirror to reflect the past, and salt as a barrier against the entity. We must open the family tome where her tale is written. It's concealed in Marjorie's attic. I can't go out there tonight, I said, anxiety spiraling through me. What if something happens? It is after midnight. We'll just be inviting trouble if we go. If we don't, her shadow will follow us wherever we go. Inviting trouble is inevitable, Clara asserted, her urgency revitalizing my resolve. You've already opened the door. Now we need to step through. I grabbed my jacket, the cold air biting against my skin, as we stepped outside, making our way to the old family home. I had rarely visited Mom's childhood house, and though the moonlight cast a gentle glow over the crumbling structure, every instinct begged me to turn back, to retreat into the warmth of my familiar solitude. As we approached, I felt an oppressive weight fill the treetops. It felt as if they bore witness to our intrusion, anxious whispers swirling among the leaves, taunting us for daring to tread this path. Clara paused before the door, inhaling deeply, then stepped inside. The attic was a treacherous climb, the staircase steep, and the air stagnant. Dust particles danced like restless spirits in the beam of my flashlight, illuminating the remnants of a forgotten family history. Boxes piled higher than my head yielded only old clothes and cobwebs, but among them stood a shadowy outline of a trunk, worn and battered with age. "Help me," Clara urged, prying it open to reveal the family tome. A large, leather-bound book, its spine cracked, and pages yellowed with time. "Where do we start?" I asked, my palms clammy against the spine of the book. The air grew thicker, a chill sinking into my bones as I flipped the pages aimlessly. "There," Clara exclaimed, pointing to a section that detailed the family tree. "You're Isabella. There's Evelyn." The name struck me, pulsing with an unsettling resonance as it reverberated through my mind. Just above Evelyn's name was a symbol, the sigil of a twisted tree, its branches clawing at the caged moon above. As I traced the sigil with trembling fingers, an icy gust swept through the attic, extinguishing our flashlights in an instant. A heavy stillness fell, deeper than the darkness. The air grew thick, and it felt as if something had shifted, something that held every thread of my family's unraveling fate. "Clara," I whispered, icing in my throat. "Can you hear me?" "I can," she called back, but her voice sounded distant, warped, as if it were echoing from the mouth of a cavern. There was a deafening silence before I heard an even more terrifying sound. A soft giggle reverberating from the shadows. A sound both innocent and sinister, like a child teasing a troubled soul. "Evelyn," Clara said, her voice a trembling plea. In that moment, we became aware of the shifting shapes, twitching silhouettes embracing the walls, some carving their way toward us. The whispers grew louder, drowning out our thoughts. "Stop," I shouted, clutching the tome tight in my hands. "We mean no harm." But the darkness twisted into grotesque forms, malevolent features morphing within the chaos. An icy wind howled through the attic, and I felt Clara's hand clutch mine. "Do the ritual," she cried, her voice choked with fear. "No." With trembling hands, I placed the tome on the floor, hastily lighting candles found within the trunk, hoping they'd connect our souls to something brighter. The flame flickered against the encroaching dark, and I quickly poured salt in a circle around us. A fragile barrier stitched together with hope. The shadows faltered for a moment, but they erupted back with a fury, swirling, talons glimmering in the flickering light. Through the desolate chant we began, Clara's voice harmonizing with mine. It reverberated against the walls as if summoning something deep within the abyss. Suddenly, the room shook. I could feel the weight of past burdens pressing against my chest, the room twisting and cracking. Moonbeams filtered through cracks in the roof, illuminating the air thick with energy, held captive in the spell we sought. "Evelyn," Clara cried, eyes wide with despair. "You will be bound." The shadows shrieked, merging and evolving into a silhouette, an ethereal form adorned with dark curls, pale skin, and eyes that glimmered like twilight. So familiar, yet bearing the weight of an ancient malice. This was the ghost of our kin, and she knew no mercy. "The blood of the Thomas line is mine," Evelyn hissed, her voice 100 different timbres rising from the darkness. "You dare call upon me?" "We dare," I declared, summoning every ounce of will inside me. "We are done with your reign. We are here to set ourselves free." As we chanted the final binding words, the flickering candles erupted into a blaze, illuminating the terror before us. The specter writhed, her power manifesting into a swirling cyclone of wrath. "You are nothing," she shrieked, moving closer, air crackling with energy. seeking to consume us both whole. But as I stared into her eyes, an echo of a shared legacy roared. Fear, sorrow, but above all, strength. My voice rose above the chaos, calling upon the ancestors beyond to protect us, to bind in silence the legacy that had haunted my family too long. You will remain here, forgotten, bound to this earth. The shadows gave one last howl, and with a blinding flash, the candles were snuffed out. The soft laughter morphed into a wail that echoed through the attic before fading into a prolonged silence. The weight released. The flickering candlelight returned, illuminating the attic and revealing nothing but stillness. I felt Clara's hold on my hand loosen as her breath steadied, and a lingering sense of dread lifted from our shoulders. Did we do it? I asked, voice barely more than a whisper. Yes, she sighed, relief flooding her features as she gazed around. And we took a moment to catch ourselves, enveloped in the remnants of what had transpired. Then it's over? I asked, suddenly unsure, as a wave of exhaustion washed over me. For now, Clara replied, standing. But we need to leave this darkness behind. Tomorrow, we'll put our family history to rest, for good. And together, we descended from the attic, leaving the past tangled within its shadows. Locked and hidden away, we would return to our lives, carrying with us the burden of knowledge. A shared bond stronger than the darkest curse. As we stepped into the cool night air, I glanced back at the old house, a newfound sense of freedom settling within me. I would rewrite the narrative, unshackled from the chains that once bound. The unexpected visitor had had her purpose, and now our family's ghost would lay to rest, finally at peace. January 24th. The fetish of memories. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I arrived at my grandmother's old farmhouse, nestled on the outskirts of town. The house had long stood as a relic from another time, cloaked in its own secrets, and adorned with whispers of the past. I hadn't visited since her funeral a year ago, but when my mother asked me to help clean out the attic, a shiver of apprehension coursed through me. Memories clung to the walls like cobwebs, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to disturb them. When I heaved open the heavy wooden door leading to the attic, the musty scent of dust enveloped me. The dim light filtering through a cracked window illuminated stacks of cardboard boxes piled high. My heart raced as I navigated through the miniature labyrinth of forgotten treasures and memories, my fingers brushing against their ancient surfaces. Just start with the boxes in the corner. My mother's voice echoed in my mind, but I found myself gravitating toward a large, ornate trunk. Its brass fittings shone dully against the faded mahogany, as if beckoning me to pry it open. A part of me hesitated, fearing what I might find inside, but curiosity consumed me. With a gentle tug, I lifted the lid. It creaked open with a sound like a morning sigh, and I was met with a trove of artifacts. Photographs, trinkets, and letters yellowed with age. Each piece seemed to vibrate with a history that was palpable. I picked up a small glass jar filled with dried lavender. The calming scent spiraled around me, but its presence sparked a memory of my grandmother's hands, deftly weaving lavender into wreaths, a soothing ritual in the chaos of her fading memories. As I delved deeper, I unearthed a packet of letters, neatly tied with a faded blue ribbon. Their elegant cursive captured my attention, the words bleeding through the worn paper. These were love letters, penned between my grandmother and a man I'd never heard of, Henry. The longing in their words resonated deeply, woven with yearning and loss. He had promised her the world, talking of dreams and adventures far away. But then all mention of him ceased, and the letters ended abruptly, as if a chasm had opened up between their lives. I felt a sharp pang of sadness for the love forged and lost in the shadows. Flipping through the letters, a small, folded piece of paper slipped out and fluttered to the floor. I reached down to pick it up, my fingers tingling as I unfolded it. It contained a simple note. She doesn't remember, but I cannot forget. H. Something in the room changed, an unseen weight settling over me. The air thick and oppressive. I glanced around, half expecting Henry's ghost to materialize in the dusty corners, ready to share his story. The wooden beams creaked, and I felt an involuntary shiver race down my spine. Just then, something caught my eye. A beautiful porcelain figurine resting amidst the clutter, the delicate craftsmanship drawing me closer. It depicted a couple, a man clad in a dark suit, holding a woman in a flowing gown. Their faces, adorably innocent, yet unsettlingly void of emotion, seemed to dull in the light. As I picked it up, the room turned colder, and a chill skittered across my skin. The figurine slipped from my fingers, shattering against the wooden floorboards. The sound echoed in the stillness, sharp and alarming. Among the shards, a dark piece caught my attention. A small, hollow space concealed within the figurine. Peering closer, I pried it open to reveal an old photograph. The image was faded, but the figures depicted were startlingly familiar. It was my grandmother and Henry, radiating youthful love. Only this time, they held a child between them. The cold touch of realization washed over me. The child looked uncanny. Me. Suddenly, fragments of my childhood came rushing back with alarming clarity. Moments blurred with the ringing laughter of family gatherings, cake cutting, and laughs shared over dinners. But then there were voids, muffled arguments, hushed whispers about lost memories, the distant sound of someone crying alone in a room. As I tried to piece together the fragments, a cold knot tightened in my stomach. I hurriedly stuffed the photo back into the hollow, anxious to escape the attic, but my foot caught on another box, sending it tumbling. It lay there, open, its contents spilling out. Old toys and books that thudded on the floor with memories forged too deep to ignore. Each belonged to a different chapter of my family. Stories of innocence shadowed by underlying despair. There was a battered teddy bear, its fur matted and stained from years of affection, with one eye hanging precariously on its soft socket. I could almost hear the echo of a child's laughter, but beneath it lurked a haunting feeling that something had gone terribly wrong. Then there were family portraits, each one revealing a family dynamic I never understood. Linear figures, widening gaps between smiles, and forced poses shared among somber faces, hinted at forgotten grief. The most unsettling photograph depicted a family gathering. Everyone smiled brightly, but my grandmother's eyes lingered elsewhere, glossed over and far away. The attic felt different now, the air thickening with a palpable sense of dread. I stumbled back, desperate to escape the haunting memories, but a sudden crash jolted me. My heart raced wildly as I turned towards the source. A shadow cast against the wall, dark and elongated, as if it were trying to reach for me. I blinked, and it disappeared, evaporating into the musty shadows. Was I merely imagining things? Or had I disturbed something far deeper than my family's past? The walls of the attic seemed to close in on me, every memory clawing at my sanity. I threw the box back with a sense of urgency, determined to leave the attic behind. But something caught my eye again. A delicate silver necklace, intricately designed and resting beneath a floorboard. As I reached for it, a voice whispered in the air, teasing the edges of my mind. A soft caress of familiarity that unnerved me. Remember, I recoiled, dropping the necklace. It landed with a soft thud next to the broken figurine. And in that moment, the weight of understanding crashed upon me. My grandmother's memories frayed but intact. Burdened by the past, each object a tether binding her love, her losses, and her life to me. I stumbled back, clutching at my chest. The memory of the face in the shattered figurine resurfaced. As I stared at the remnants, I saw her. Not the woman from my childhood, but the younger, livelier woman in the photograph, the one who had once laughed by the window, her heart open to the world. And then it hit me, the stories, the missing pieces. They weren't merely retellings of family history, they were the fetishes of memories. Hauntingly real and terribly human. It was in this overcoat of memories that my fate intertwined with the past, leaving an imprint I understood too late. As I escaped the confines of the attic, the echoes of laughter and sorrow faded behind me. But I knew the memories would always lurk, woven intricately into the fabric of my being, forever waiting for a moment to surface again. Story 25. A long drive home. It was a warm summer evening, the wedding lights twinkling in the darkening sky as guests floated to and fro, their laughter mixing with the soft strains of a string quartet. As I wrapped up my social obligations, I felt an odd mix of joy and melancholy. My friend Sarah had just married Ben, an absolute dream of a man, and the love they shared was palpable. I had been fortunate enough to share in their joy, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, I looked forward to the solitude that the long drive home would bring. Navigating the serpentine, tree-laden road, I turned on the radio, allowing the music to fill the silence. The engine purred contentedly, and as I pressed my foot on the accelerator, I could see the faint glow of headlights behind me in the rearview mirror. A car following at a fair distance, but close enough to spark an unsettling feeling deep within me. I dismissed it as a mere coincidence. As the minutes stretched into an hour, I noticed the car had not deviated from my trail. It remained there, as though tethered to me by a thread invisible yet palpable, weaving a web of unease that clung to my skin. My heart raced, and I tried to shake off the paranoia, attributing it to the remnants of champagne dancing in my bloodstream. Yet every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, there it was, a looming figure in a dark sedan, its headlights piercing through the night. Footsteps of anxiety crept into my mind, urging me to speed up. I pushed the gas pedal, feeling the engine roar in response, the speedometer climbing steadily past 80. The car behind me reacted accordingly, its proximity tightening as if drawn forward by my own frantic energy. The trees somehow seemed to grow denser, the darkness thickening as if trying to suffocate me. Calm down, I muttered to myself, casting glances at the winding road ahead. Shadows danced under the pale moonlight, and the rhythmic thumping of my pulse grew louder than the music flooding my ears. I reached for my phone, planning to call Sarah to ease my nerves. But then the headlights of the pursuing vehicle glinted ominously, in a manner that made my skin crawl. I hesitated, the fight-or-flight instinct screaming louder than any comforting voice. Suddenly, my phone buzzed, breaking through the tension. Unknown number, the screen read ominously. I hesitated, but drawn by an electric curiosity, I answered. "Hello?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence weighed heavily on the line until I could hear soft, almost imperceptible breathing. Each exhale hung like a shroud, wrapping around me, squeezing tighter as I found myself unable to speak. Is anyone there? I barked, adrenaline coursing through me. Then a whisper, chilling and low, slithered through the receiver. "Did you think you could leave?" A jolt of ice shattered through my veins. My heart thundered like a drum, and without thinking, I threw the phone onto the passenger seat, darting an urgent glance behind me. The car was closer now, its headlights skewed and glaring, a predatory glare piercing through the darkness. Panic oozed through my body. I could feel it manifesting like poison. I had to focus. I took a deep breath, wrestling with the memories crashing into my thoughts, like a wave eager to drown me. 10 years had passed since that night, the night that had etched itself permanently into the corners of my mind, when Sarah and I had confronted the past. Circumstances spiraling out of control. We had made a pact back then, one that had been defined by blood, fear, in the shadows we thought we'd left behind. Whatever had happened that evening, it echoed in the corners of my conscience like a restless spirit, trying desperately to be freed. I tore my eyes from the rearview mirror, gripping the steering wheel tighter, urging myself to breathe. The fabric of the past twisted and wove itself into the night, each turn leading me further into the depths of my own psyche. But it wasn't just the memories, it was the weight of unresolved guilt, clinging like the must of night fog, heavy and unsettling. Just drive, I told myself, my voice steadying. But the car behind me seemed relentless. A phantom chasing after me, my silent adversary. I had to lose it, had to escape. So I pressed harder on the gas, the engine howling like a beast unfettered. The trees blurred by like dark specters. The road a winding ribbon of uncertainty stretching into the void. I veered onto a side road, the gravel crunching beneath my tires, and the chase persisted. The vehicle followed, unyielding, like a dark specter of my past rising to claim me. Alarm blasted through me. The road dipped into a forgotten trail, overgrown with weeds, remnants of long-abandoned journeys. I knew this route. Knew it well from the dangerous decisions made with reckless abandon so long ago. Fear surged within me like molten lava. Memories bubbling to the surface. Sarah's screams. The crash. The flash of red and blue lights. The finality of that night. I didn't want to remember how we had tried to dig our way out of the wreckage of our lives. How secrets burrowed deep within us, feeding on our guilt and shrouding us in shadows. I realized with a jolt that my past had come back, not just to haunt, but to punish. Glancing back, I could hardly register the figure emerging from the car behind me. The contours sharpened under the moonlight, a tall, dark silhouette that seemed to rise like a malevolent apparition. My heart dropped as I feared the truth. It wasn't just a stranger, it was something far worse, manifesting as the specters of our sins. A truth too horrifying to confront shot shivers of dread down my spine. Pressing on the accelerator with all my strength, I spotted a fork in the road ahead. In a split second, I made a decision, veering hard left. Tires screeching against gravel. I felt the car behind me respond. A thundering roar echoing in the night. The chase had intensified, culminating into a dangerous ballet of desperation. A haunting memory flickered through my mind, a secret that echoed in the confines of my being. I had confronted, but how? Sorrow flooded my chest, blurring my vision as I took the turn up towards an old, dilapidated barn. The last place I had ever wanted to be. The headlights swallowed me whole as I skidded to a halt outside the crumbling structure. The car behind me followed suit, coming to a rest a few feet away. I could see the silhouette now, eerily still, as though waiting for me to break the silence that lingered like a ghost of memories. In that moment, I understood. There are things we think we can outrun, but the truth has a way of cornering you until you face it. The phantom that had pursued me across the darkness was a manifestation of my own fears. I stepped out of the car, heart pounding, the memories clawing at the edges of my consciousness. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice hoarse with terror. The figure stepped into a shaft of moonlight, revealing soft features marred by shadows. Their semblance strikingly familiar. I swallowed hard as recognition washed over me, panic igniting as I faced the echo of my past. "Sarah?" I breathed, fear mingling with disbelief. She stood there, a ghost of who she had been, yet undeniably real. Real as the weight of the guilt that had haunted us both for far too long. "Did you think you could leave me behind?" she whispered, her voice like glass shattering softly against the dirt. The past consumed me as I faced her, the memories flooding back with all the color and pain that once felt locked away. A horror flickered in the corners of my soul. The truth would finally be confronted. There was no escaping, only acceptance. The long drive home had become a long drive towards salvation. I was ready to face the haunting echoes of the life I once led, for better or for worse. As the moonlight bathed us both, the car's engine dying behind us, it felt like the first step toward redemption. A journey born from years of fear lurking in the shadows, and a haunting reminder that past mistakes can echo eternally if left unchallenged.